Welcome to the Faith, Politics, and Civility Online Summit 2023, the inaugural. Maybe there'll be more. My name is Erica Anderson, and I'm here with my friend Alexandra Hudson. Hey, Alexandra, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you? Thanks for having us, Erica.
Yeah, well, we are so excited to kick off this summit today. We're just going to talk with you a few minutes about sort of the origin idea for how we decided to put this summit together, how we decided to ask these particular individuals to be a part of it, and why we did that. So I guess to tell us a little bit about yourself, Lexi, as we get started, and then we'll just go from there.
Sounds good. Thanks, Erica. So my name is Alexandra Hudson. I'm a journalist and an author. My book, The Soul of Civility, is coming out with St. Martin's Press in October 2023. And my work is dedicated to reviving the wisdom of the past and infusing our public discourse and healing our public discourse and public life with beauty, goodness, and truth. And that's part of my mandate as a Christian. I believe we were called to be part of cultural healing and social healing. And I was so thrilled to have this idea to come around Erica during her book launch. Her book, Reason to Return, is coming out this week, which we're all very excited about. And so we decided to collaborate and have this meeting of the minds where our work intersects. Her book is about why women need the church and the church need women. And my book is on civility and healing our social, cultural, political divisions. And so we had this idea for this conference on faith, politics, and civility, because that's where our passions and our life's work and our callings intersect. And so we decided to approach the most thoughtful people that we know on these topics and ask them questions about this intersection of faith and politics and civility, and how their faith informs their calling, their public life. And of course, how public life doesn't just mean running for political office. It means just your presence in the world around you. So I really enjoyed the conversations I had with everyone from David French to Cherie Harder from the Trinity Forum. And I'm really thrilled to have been part of putting this together. And I hope that everyone listening will enjoy the program as well.
Yeah, when we first had the concept of the idea for this summit, the first thing we did was go to Twitter and sort of ask around, who are some of the most influential voices that you think of when you consider what it means to talk about faith, politics, and civility. And some of the folks that you're going to hear from during this summit are the very people that some of you that are watching probably suggested on Twitter. And so we were so excited. Every single person we asked said yes. They were so kind to participate and to let us borrow their wisdom and answer some really tough questions that we're facing in this culture right now as Christians. And I think you're going to be really delighted and edified by so many of the things that they have to say to you in these interviews. And then we will have a live panel at 1 p.m. today. So stay tuned for that. But otherwise, we're going to be showcasing the interviews up until then, and then we'll have a few more after the live panel. So we're just really, really excited to get started today. We're going to kick things off with our interview with David French. And so, comment, share on social media. We're going to do a book bundle giveaway at the end of today's summit. So many of the speakers today, including Lexi and I, have agreed to donate a copy of our books. And so we're going to choose one person to get a book bundle of all the books. And we may be even doing more than that. So stick around. Let us know where you're watching from. We're so excited you're here.
And just really quickly to enter for the giveaway, just be tweeting on social media, but what you're enjoying about the conference, what you're learning, what you're finding helpful to you, what you're disagreeing with. We want to hear all of that, but we want to just promote engagement in that way. And yes, we'll be doing a bundle of several books, but also, for example, the Trinity Forum has offered to donate a dozen of their pamphlets on some great Christian thinkers and that are relevant to our work and to our topics and questions at hand today. So there's going to be dozens of books that we'll be giving away as potentially dozens of winners. So please take the initiative and be tweeting about it. And just so we can see your engagement, we'll put our social media handles online. so that we can be able to see and enter you into this contest to win these books.
And be sure to check out our book sponsors today, which are Lexi's book, Soul of Civility, and my book, Reason to Return. And we will see you on the other side of the interviews.
Thanks, everyone.
So excited now to be joined by David French, who is one of the co-founders of The Dispatch and heard on many podcasts, and writes for all kinds of different magazines, The Atlantic, The New York Times, The Dispatch, of course. David, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
David and I used to work together at National Review, so that's
right.
I have the privilege of knowing him, and so it's been really fun to watch him and Jonah and some others launch The Dispatch a few years ago and see how amazing it has done since you guys did that. It's not easy to start a publication, so it's been really cool to see sort of how you guys have grown. And this is going to be a short interview. I feel like we could talk all day, but I'll just kick it off with a question that was the very first question that came to mind for me regarding you, David, and that is, you have really had to put your civility muscles to use in the past few years. Anyone that's on Twitter knows that you get a beat down basically every day from a lot of people. And that's difficult, but I have never seen you really respond with anything other than grace. And you have to come up against people even that maybe were former friends, I don't know, or you're no longer as close, and people that are just very angry with you.
Yeah.
And so I would ask, how do you approach that and keep your sanity each day while also being civil?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would say a couple of things really are important. One is, I have learned to limit my social media interaction to very intentional times. So I don't have it sort of on all the time, and I try not to give in to impulsive responses. And I think that's something that really can get you in trouble, is when you're impulsive, right? So be very deliberate. You try to be very deliberate in your communications. Doesn't mean that I'm always great at it, especially when, maybe my Grizzlies are on and I might get a little bit more impulsive, but I try to keep my impulsiveness to like sports and pop culture and not the, the big conversations that really matter. Right. And so I try to be that, just very pragmatically, I try to be very intentional. And then the other thing is, I really am trying hard to walk the talk. So if, and this is the most important thing, the other thing is just sort of tactical. This is the big thing. The big thing is, look, if scripturally the consistent command is, for example, Micah 6:8, what does the Lord require of you, O man? What is good? It's to act justly. So you can't leave justice to the side, right? Justice is a command, act justly. But it also says love kindness and walk humbly before the Lord your God. So it seems to me that if those three interlocking values are what we're called to do, then we need to be intentional about it. And that means signaling, for example, when we don't know things. There's lots of things I don't know. Also, this whole concept of loving kindness, that's a strong phrase, right? And so if I'm giving back, sort of eye for an eye on social media, that's not loving kindness, right? And so I really do try to live up to those values. Again, not perfectly by any stretch of the imagination. And then, and then there's this other factor, when going back to 2019, that Sohrab Ahmari wrote this thing called Against David Frenchism. And it was sort of like, kindness and civility are second order values. And then I, purely by accident, sort of became this person who is tagged as, okay, you're the advocate for kindness and decency, right? Well, once that happens, I'm very keenly aware that then people are trying to bait me constantly into some sort of really vicious fight. And so I'm quite aware that people are actually out there trying to bait me. And it's very important that I don't give in to the bait. And so a lot of that, what you see of people piling on online, is quite literally people trying to bait me into some sort of online fight. So I have the overarching value, the Micah 6:8 framework, and then I have the more pragmatic ways in which I try to live up to those values through intentional engagement, understanding when I'm being baited. And then, gosh, this answer is evolving. I also have one last thing, and that is I also know a lot of the people on social media who are very, very angry are something's going on in their lives, right? And I feel like when you respond in kind, you can often contribute to personal crises that are occurring. And I know this because I've seen this in my life. I have seen people who present a facade online that is extremely aggressive, but they're really hurting. Sometimes there's substance issues, especially when you see late night strangeness on Twitter. And I just don't want to contribute to the layers of conflict that are hurting people in the offline world. So that was a multifaceted answer.
Oh, there's good stuff though. Good stuff. Lexi, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Erica. Thank you for bringing up, David, the kerfuffle, shall we say, with Sohrab Ahmari. I followed that with great intrigue. My book is called The Soul of Civility, and one central argument to the book is that there's an essential difference between civility and politeness. That civility is a disposition of the heart. It's a way of seeing others in the world around us, seeing people as human beings created in God's image, just like us, more like us than not like us. And they are accorded a bare minimum of decency and respect by virtue of the Imago Dei. Politeness, by contrast, is a technique. It's the manifestation. It's norms. It's manners. It's etiquette, and that we need civility, not politeness. And so sometimes civility, respecting someone, requires being impolite to them, telling someone that they're wrong, talking about important things like faith, politics, and religion. Those are central. And so I think that, when Sohrab made you the target of this of his how do I say it? his rage, his wrath, really. He was resurrecting. He was conflating these two topics. He was not correctly disentangling and not appreciating that you take on hard ideas. You do speak truth to power. That you're not afraid to shy away from controversy and we talked about Christ as our model. Like he told hard truths to the Pharisees, right? Like he wasn't afraid of flouting social norms of the day, for a higher truth and to actually respect people. So I'm curious, what you're in public life, what do you see? What advice would you give to a young person in public life today? And related, is there anyone in public life that you admire? You're in public life as a writer. I know there was talk of you entertaining actual run for office, but I'm wondering if there's anyone in public life, actually in office today, that you do admire. All my cards on the table. I think there are very few. So I'm curious if you would. We know that there are people who purport to be Christians in public life, but who's doing that well? Who is living at the intersection of faith, civility, and politics today? And what advice?
That's a really good question, and I like that distinction you just drew between politeness and civility. I was born in Alabama. I grew up in the South. I live in the South now, and there is a definite kind of Southern politeness that is a smile with a dagger in your eyes, right? That bless your heart kind of thing. Or with all due respect, to quote Ricky Bobby in Talladega Nights. But I think that's a really good distinction. And I think when you talk about civility, a lot of people misinterpret civility as a retreat from difficult topics. But I think, as you're saying, under no circumstances does a commitment to civility mean a retreat from difficult topics. It can mean that there are ways in which you address difficult topics that respect the humanity of your opponents, that acknowledge, for example, you're not omniscient, you don't know everything, you're open to other arguments, but you can also at the same time speak out of conviction. And I think one of the things that's really important is when you're speaking out of conviction, it is very important to avoid things like ad hominem, to avoid sweeping generalizations. And again, like when I talk about this, I'm indicting myself. I don't know. I know that, if I look back over the thousands of things I've written over the years, you can find something here or there that doesn't perfectly live up to this. But these are the goals and aspirations. Talk about issues with conviction. Talk about people with compassion. And I think that is a way. Now, this is not something you do because it quote unquote works, right? You can talk about issues with conviction and not be ad hominem towards people. You can talk about issues with conviction and people with compassion, and people will still get very angry with you. That happens all the time. I've seen it on the right. I've seen it on the left, that the mere fact that you disagree with them causes rage and fury. And you can't back down in the face of unreasonable rage or fury. If somebody is really angry at me because I'm pro-life, so be it, right? So be it. But there's such a thing as someone could be really angry at me, not because I'm pro-life, but because I unfairly characterize their argument. Well, that's fair to be angry at me about that. Or because I used an ad hominem attack. Well, that would be fair to be angry at me because of that. So one of the things I say to Christians is I say, look, we're not a match for this world in so many ways. And so there are times when each one of us as believers is going to face anger. And one thing we have to do is we have to have enough openness to ask, is someone angry at me because of my Christian values, the things that I believe about Jesus, about justice, or are they angry at me because I'm kind of being a jerk? Right? Because one of the things that's unfortunate in this time where a lot, as with every time in human history, by the way, the full counsel of Scripture is at odds with culture. It's always at odds with culture. It often it changes in which specific ways. But in this era where the full counsel of Scripture is at odds with American culture, it's easy for Christians to take any opposition and say, see, I'm on the right track. People are angry at me. There's a saying that I hear in conservative and sometimes Christian circles that I really dislike, and it's this: if I'm taking flack, it means I'm over the target. And so where people will use the mere fact that people are angrily disagreeing with them as proof that they're hitting on something. Sometimes you're taking flack because you're kind of being a jerk, or you're not necessarily being fully honest in the way you're characterizing other people's positions. So we always have to ask, why am I taking flack? What is it that why are they critiquing me? And if they're critiquing me because I'm pro-life, okay. If they're critiquing me because I've mischaracterized their argument or have said something factually wrong, well, then I have to backtrack, right? Even if I did it in the course of an argument based on conviction, on my convictions about life or liberty or you name it. And so I think that on the one hand, we have to be strong enough to approach the public square with a sense of conviction and open-hearted enough to hear criticism at the same time, to know if our arguments are valid or the way in which we're approaching the public square is appropriate. And so the way I phrased it is sort of having a thick skin, but a soft heart. And it's
I like that.
It's a hard balance to strike, but it's one that we should be striving for.
And did you have any politicians that you think
the
you
politicians.
do well?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good question, because I don't know that many politicians that well personally. In other words, to really be able to dive into their characters. But I will say this: I think I have a more positive view of the average politician than maybe the average American does. I hear a lot of folks sort of look at their political class and say they're all terrible. And I think they're all flawed to greater or lesser degrees. But I think that we often overestimate the level of rank cynicism and opportunism in politicians. It's there. and a lot of people are now, your listeners are going to say he's so naive, but I have known enough politicians in my life to know that an awful lot of them get into the whole thing for good reasons, an awful lot of them. And then they find that it's really hard when they get there to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish. And so a lot of what you see is there's a lot of systemic dysfunction that is bringing out the worst in individuals. And so I think a lot of what we need to be addressing in the congressional world in particular is that systemic dysfunction. But look, there are lots of folks that I admire, or there are folks that I admire and respect. I'm super happy to see Ben Sasse, for example, at the University of Florida. I've always respected him. Don't always agree with him, but I've always respected him. I've always thought he's approaching issues in good faith. Look, I mean, this is no surprise to anybody. I have a high degree of respect for Mitt Romney, for example. You know, a lot of the dissenting, I place myself in the camp with a lot of the dissenting sort of Republican and conservative voices out there who did not embrace Donald Trump. So, you know, this is no surprise. I have huge amount of respect and admiration for Russell Moore. I have a huge amount of respect and admiration for Beth Moore. I could go on, but folks who absolutely remain true to their convictions in this time, often in the face of an incredible amount of malice and vicious blowback, those folks have my respect. People who are willing to tell the truth to their own side have my respect. It's very easy if you're on the right to critique the left. It's very easy if you're on the left to critique the right, because that's you're playing to your own crowd, right? You're preaching to your choir. It gets a lot harder to be even-handed or try to be even-handed in how you see the world.
I was just going to say, yeah, I grew up in a house hearing, you know, politicians are all crooked and all of these things. Then I came to Washington, D.C. I worked on Capitol Hill, and I was like, you know, I don't think it's a great idea to be, you know, putting down all of these politicians, because we need good people in office. We need people that are going to get in there and put the right policies in place. And I remember thinking, you know, as I worked on Capitol Hill, oh, I see how this works now. Like, you almost can't be, you know, this perfect person that everybody wants you to be. We did a couple of events, like local events, when I was working there, and you know, people would come up and they pretty much demanded 100% purity, conservative purity,
constantly,
from Republicans. And I just thought, do you not understand? That's like not possible. And also, when you're working across the aisle, it's really not possible, but you have to be able to work across the aisle if you want to get anything done. So I feel like there's sort of a disconnection there for sure.
And one thing that I think is really important is we are one of the biggest problems that we have in political debate right now is we ascribe negative motives all the time. So if you look at somebody who struck a compromise, for example, you say squish, right? And you say, well, you must be trying to do something that's going to, in other words, you're trying to do this for the applause of the Washington Post or whatever, which is ascribing motives as opposed to dealing with arguments. And when you realize this is happening, you see it everywhere. So one of the problems with ascribing motives is you can't peer into somebody's heart, but then people will believe you when you ascribe motives. So this is one of the reasons why so few people have any respect or regard for politicians is they've heard critics ascribe motives. So they see everyone as sort of mercenary and money grubbing, and some are for sure. Some are for sure. Some are corrupt for sure. But an awful lot of people are making tough choices in good faith and then having the worst possible motives ascribed to them as they do it. And I think that that's one of the problems that we have in our politics. And so when you hear it, you're just a casual voter, right? And somebody says, oh, you know, Congresswoman Jane Smith, she's just trying to get the approval of the Washington Post. You don't know if that's true or not, but somebody you trust said it on the radio. So then you're thinking they're just another bad politician, when often they've just made a lot of tough choices.
Plato said that public life is the private
life is the soul writ large. And I think that applies here. Like the human condition is the human condition. Doesn't matter where in the country you are, doesn't matter what period in history you're in. We hear a lot of people today say that we're in the most uncivil era and that the stakes are so high. We've never had it so bad, but we've had these issues for a long time. It's kind of the question of how to do life together is coeval with our species. And it doesn't matter what era we're in or what occupation people are in as well. We're going to bring the brokenness of the human condition to that vocation. And so having empathy for that failure. Erica, do you mind if I ask a question? Or
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So I'm curious what your habits of resilience and kind of personal restoration are. The final chapter of my book is about misplaced meaning, how we, as these traditional touchstones of human of life, community, church, friendship, the crisis of alienation we've misplaced our meaning in politics, and that's become the ultimate. And in the final chapter, I talk about we need to recover friendship, intellectual curiosity, encountering beauty in the sublime, things to actually nourish our soul, things that are not politics, that can give us the equanimity to do politics well. We're not doing politics, we're not doing democracy well. We're overdoing it by making it the be all end all. And so I'm wondering, what are things that you do? What are practices that you have? You mentioned limiting social media. I think that's a great one. I just taking stock of how we're using our time and how we're letting emotional energy just seep through our fingers by just scrolling endlessly. But what else? What do you do to actually nurture your interior life, nurture your spiritual life, that our listeners might take from that?
That's a great question, and you're singing my song when you're talking about relationships. I can't wait to read your book.
Thank you.
You're saying such important stuff here. So I would say this: I have to constantly keep in mind, and this is something that is happening in the culture writ large, is that we are so focused on politics and so focused on things that are going on well outside, often of our control, and it is eating us alive. And I think there is something that I think that's a truism that's very important for us to realize, is we can have a very little bit of influence over a large number of people, but a lot of influence over a small number of people, our families, our friends. And so what's happening with the loss of friendship in this country, and that's something that is, especially with men, women have been losing friends as well, but men have been losing friends at a catastrophic rate, is that people are filling that hole, that relational hole in their lives, with politics. And the problem of politics is that it's going to be endlessly frustrating, because your ability to actually impact any given one of us, our ability to actually impact the broader world in a material way, is really limited unless you bring your activism in close to you. The school board, for example, or the local town council or your zoning commission, where you're going to have sort of maybe an outsized voice. But a lot of those things don't excite us as much because they're not the national issue that everyone's talking about. But I would say I try to keep in mind that my most important relationships are my family relationships and my close friendships. That's where, if I'm a bad husband, if I'm a bad father, and if I'm a bad friend, then in many ways, if I'm a great writer, there's a lot of emptiness there, right? And I really do try to focus in on, am I maintaining and nurturing these core relationships? And by maintaining and nurturing those core relationships, it creates a bedrock of support that enables you to face the wider world. And if you don't have that bedrock of support, when you're out there facing the wider world, it's a lot easier to get radicalized, for example. It's a lot easier to sort of have your spirit and heart broken by what's happening in the world around you. And so I would urge anybody, whether you're a writer who speaks to countless Americans, or whether you're somebody who's, trying to influence your local church or your local community, got to maintain that bedrock of relationships. You have to maintain it. And then find the things that really do rejuvenate you. We were joking before recording started that my wife, Nancy, put all of the things that we watch on television together in one giant thread. And it was a lot. Now, that was years of sustained pop culture commitment, but it's kind of a family ritual that we at some point are going to end the day concretely. Workouts are done, work is done, everything's done, and we're just going to hang out together. And we hang out together by watching, prestige TV, or it's, the golden age of TV. And we enjoy that. And what I found, the more contentious the world gets, the more that good music actually is nourishing to the soul. Like one of my Sunday newsletters, I always include at the end of the Sunday newsletter a song, usually a worship song, sometimes, always a song from a Christian perspective or a Christian artist. And that's the stuff I've been listening to that really sort of lifts me up and sustains me. And so that I've found to be more important as time has gone by, that music has, really nourished my soul. And it often doesn't have to be deep and profound lyrics. Like there's this song by Crowder where I believe the chorus is something like, God really loves you. And it's just reassuring to hear that, right?
We talk about these relationships and this kind of foundation that we have in our lives. And, one place that I've always gotten that, and what I wrote my book, Reason to Return, about, is the church, the local church. And I know even there has been a difficult place for many people in the past 5-6 years. I feel fortunate to attend a church that doesn't really feel like it's gotten bogged down in the politics. Like we kind of have avoided that whole mess. And I do believe there are many churches that fall into that category. Of course, there are some that don't fall into that category.
Yeah.
But how do you think that the local church can still be a place for people to find that grounding and find that encouragement and support offline, where they're not, constantly bickering over issues, but uniting as one, as believers together?
Yeah, that's a great question. My pinned tweet, I don't have it up in front of me, is something like this. This is how you know your politics are becoming your religion. Is that when you hear someone is a follower of Jesus, but has the opposite politics from you, are you immediately welcoming of them or suspicious of them? And I think that's a really good sort of shorthand way of thinking through where is the main thing. So my small group for my church, for example, we span the political spectrum, and from, definitely enthusiastically double Trump voting to definitely enthusiastically double Democrat voting in the last election, to all kinds of different viewpoints on COVID regulation. I mean, anything you can almost imagine that has split churches and split Christian communities, that those differences exist in our small group. And yet we've never come close to splitting. And in fact, we appreciate each other more because we care for each other, right? And we put the main thing as the main thing, and these other things are debatable propositions, and we do discuss them, but the main thing is still the main thing. And one of the when you think of a church family, an overused term, it's that is overused, underappreciated. Think about your own family. Under what conditions would you disown your mother or your father? Under what conditions would you disown your brother or sister or your children?
Welcome to the Faith, Politics, and Civility Online Summit 2023, the inaugural. Maybe there'll be more. My name is so excited now to be joined. I know even there has been a difficult place for many people in the past 5-6 years. I feel fortunate to attend a church that doesn't really feel like it's gotten bogged down in the politics. Like we kind of have avoided that whole mess. And I do believe there are many churches that fall into that category. Of course, there are some that don't fall into that category.
Yeah.
But how do you think that the local church can still be a place for people to find that grounding and find that encouragement and support offline, where they're not, constantly bickering over issues, but uniting as one, as believers together?
Yeah, that's a great question. My pinned tweet, I don't have it up in front of me, is something like this. This is how you know your politics are becoming your religion. Is that when you hear someone is a follower of Jesus, but has the opposite politics from you, are you immediately welcoming of them or suspicious of them? And I think that's a really good sort of shorthand way of thinking through where is the main thing. So my small group for my church, for example, we span the political spectrum, and from, definitely enthusiastically double Trump voting to definitely enthusiastically double Democrat voting in the last election to all kinds of different viewpoints on COVID regulation. I mean, anything you can almost imagine that has split churches and split Christian communities, that those differences exist in our small group. And yet we've never come close to splitting. And in fact, we appreciate each other more because we care for each other, right? And we put the main thing as the main thing, and these other things are debatable propositions, and we do discuss them, but the main thing is still the main thing. And one of the, when you think of a church family, an overused term, it's that is overused, underappreciated. Think about your own family. Under what conditions would you disown your mother or your father? Under what conditions would you disown your brother or sister or your children, right? Well, those are, thinking in those terms, it should be pretty egregious before I'm going to say, for somebody who shares my faith, that we just can't break bread together. We just can't, we can't worship together. Now, there are times when that happens. Sometimes somebody can be so malicious to you or so cruel to you or so directly confrontational to you that you sort of have to back away. But, my wife and I, when a lot of the vitriol came in, started to come into our family, one of the things we resolved is that we're not going to end friendships over politics. We can't control what somebody else does. Somebody else may say, I don't want to be friends with David anymore because of politics. I can't control that. If you make that decision, that's your decision. But for us, we are not going to end friendships over politics. And I think that just making a sort of a simple resolution like that is important, because then it impacts the way you behave. It's an impact, because you're not going to put politics so high in your interactions with others. You're going to lower its importance in your interaction. And so I would urge folks to sort of really think through, if I have strained relationships, precisely why are they strained?
Yeah. Have you experienced people sort of telling you they can't be your friend anymore for that reason?
Oh, yes.
Oh, man.
Oh,
and how do you
gosh.
respond to something like that?
I mean, it's hard. There's no great response to it. Because a lot of it is they're not just saying, they're not saying I disagree with you over politics, therefore we can't be friends. They're saying you're evil. You, David, are evil. And why am I evil? Well, I'm evil because I disagree over politics. So they would never slot it as that superficial, right? They would never say, well, I used to like David and then we departed politically. No, they would say, I used to like David, but then he got, Trump broke him, or, he's evil now, or whatever, or he's on the side of evil, in those circumstances. So, but then when you drill down and you say, well, why is he evil now? It keeps coming back to politics, right? A disagreement about politics.
I think it's interesting that, it's like so many of the loudest voices in the room are the extremes, and you are more in the middle many times. And that is, I believe, more representative of more people across the country. And so though the extremes are there, I think, there's a reason that so many people have been drawn to the Dispatch and some of your work, because most people are not all the way over here or all the way over there. And so it's like we're normalizing this, ability to have conversations. And it can be frustrating when people shut those down. But I appreciate the work that you're doing in there. I don't want to take too much more of your time, so we'll wrap it up. But David, thank you so much. I know you do a million podcasts. You write so much. I told you before we got on, I said, I don't know how you write so much. But I know when you get into a rhythm, it gets easier. So
yeah.
So thank you so much. Did you have any parting words, Lexi?
No, just thanks for all you do, David. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thanks for being part of this. Really grateful.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. It was a joy to chat with both of you guys, and looking forward to your books. When are they coming out?
Well, mine's coming out soon.
Yeah,
it's coming
soon,
out
yeah.
January 17th, and I believe you have a copy coming to you. So
Great.
Yes, very excited about that. It's always crazy. Book launches are totally crazy, but it's called Reason to Return: Why Women Need the Church and the Church Needs Women. So lots of good data in there. I love
great.
data. I'm a data nerd about how church is, helpful in life.
Yeah.
And Lexi?
My book is coming out October 10th, 2023, with St. Martin's Press. I believe we share a publication.
Yes.
Kevin Riley has spoken highly of your work. I think you published one of your books with him, and he's worked on mine as well. So
great.
Would love to get your thoughts on that as well. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, fantastic.
All right.
Well, thank you,
thanks,
guys.
David. Well, hey, everyone. I am welcoming now Justin Gibney, founder of the AND campaign, to today's event. Thank you so much for joining us, Justin.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, Erica. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, well, I have been a huge fan of the AND campaign for years now. I think really since the beginning of, your organization, which how long have you guys been around?
Since about 2017.
Okay, yeah, it was soon after that I became aware of you guys, and I've sung your praises many times, been a supporter. So just give us a little background on where the AND campaign came from. Where did the idea come from for you?
Yeah, so the AND campaign is a Christian civic organization, and just to give you my background, because it kind of springs out of that, I'm an attorney, but I'm also a political strategist. And as I was running campaigns here in Atlanta, doing doing kind of partisan stuff, I just realized that a lot of Christians were entering into politics without a gospel-centered framework, that we were really being led or maybe even discipled by our ideologies and ideological tribes rather than by our beliefs. And so a number of things happened, but I just wanted to help create articulate a gospel-centered framework in this moment. And so I just met with anybody I could who I knew was Christian, was interested in politics, and just started trying to create something that it could help Christians in this space.
And how have you seen it grow since then?
It's been great. We have our podcast, the Church Politics Podcast. That audience has grown. We have chapters, and so now we have 13 chapters around the nation of folks who want to use the AND campaign framework on a local level, because we think a lot of the good work is done on a local level, which is usually less partisan. And just a lot of elders and others, I think Christian leaders kind of catching on to what we're doing and sharing what we're doing as well. So it's been exciting, certainly not easy, but it's been some exciting growth.
All right. And one of the things you've talked about recently on the podcast, which I listen to, so everybody listen to Church Politics Podcast. I love your commentary. You guys are always up to date on the latest issues. You're talking about what's happening right now and giving us your perspective on how do we look at this from the perspective of a Christian. You always say, not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, but as a Christian, which I love. But you talked recently about how, you guys are not always invited to every event. You're not always invited into every circle because you stand true to your biblical worldview, your biblical values, no matter what it is. A lot of times lately it's been, sexuality, issues of biblical sexuality. And you don't see a lot of organizations doing that because you have to get, you have to have money. You need to have, voices out there speaking for you. So what keeps you motivated to sort of stay true to who you are?
Oh, there's a lot of things that keep me motivated. I think just knowing that this vision and the purpose of the AND campaign isn't mine. It doesn't belong to me. And I remember before we kind of created this framework, wishing that there were groups who just called it like they saw it, that weren't respecters of any ideology, and that just said what needed to be said. And so just thinking of how God is using us, why this was created, kind of keeps me thinking about that. But also, I think a lot of my elders, my grandparents were part of that civil rights generation, and all the things that they went through, but still maintained a level of integrity and dignity. I think that really encourages me to move on and to try to do things in a different way.
Yeah, that's so good. Have you had people try to sway you, like, hey, you guys should really, give in on this thing or the other thing?
Every single day. There's somebody on social media or elsewhere saying, hey, you guys should let go of the Christian sexual ethic, or you should stop talking about social justice. And that's, the day that we do those things, I think is the day that the AND campaign no longer needs to be around. Right. We're not here just to have a voice or just to say what one side wants to hear. I think we're here to try to do our best to present the whole counsel of God as it applies to the public square.
Yeah. So this is a big question, but as well as I do, that in the past 6-7 years or so, it seems like politics and religion have, they've just become so intertwined, and among Christians specifically, these political divides, these huge ideological divides within our churches. And it can be really difficult sometimes. And I know this is a big question, but how do we as believers stay unified in Christ, even when we do have these different perspectives on policy and politics?
I think for one, we have to center Christ. And when we center Christ, when we, scrutinize all these issues through biblical scrutiny, we begin to see that our side isn't always as right as we think it is. And I think that causes us to be a little more humble, maybe to listen a little more. I always say, if you can't see any reason why someone else would be on the other side, then maybe you just haven't heard the best arguments on the other side. If you can't understand it at all, that means that you're probably missing something, because not everybody on the other side is stupid. There's people on the other side that are just as smart or smarter than you. Not everybody is malicious. There's people who have done just as much good, if not more than you, on the other side. And so maybe it's just a matter of listening and building relationship. But for Christians, it has to start with the gospel. It has to start with a willingness to hold ourselves accountable and not make this a good versus evil, where everything we do is right and everything they do is wrong.
Well, and I think that comes back to sort of, what we're talking about today. I said faith, politics, and civility. When I sent you an email, that's what we're talking about. And so when you hear the word civility, what comes to mind for you?
I think I've heard it called public grace, right? I think it starts with respect, making sure that we never hold others in contempt, believing that people have something valuable to say, whether they agree with you or not. And it's really about principle, right? It's not about agreement. It's about the understanding that everyone has a human dignity. They're all made in the image of God. They deserve to be heard, not necessarily agreed with, not necessarily affirmed, but they deserve to be heard out. In fact, that's kind of what our form of government is based on. You can't have a democracy if there are certain voices that aren't heard. And so I think it's also, so that's kind of the one side of it, but it's also pushing back against those who do try to silence others, right? Pushing back and understanding that if you don't want the debate, if you don't want to have the conversation, then you probably have something to hide. So whether they're on your side or another side, people should invite debate. If the merits are on your side, let's have the conversation. And civility allows us to do that.
And do you see, from your perspective, do you see those conversations being shut down on both sides of the aisle right now?
Yeah, I think they are shut down. I mean, the major thing that we try to do is we try to just dismiss people, right? So once we can character people, once they become political abstractions, nothing they say matters. Nothing they say should be heard out. And so, yeah, we a lot of folks try to be as dismissive as possible. I catch myself being dismissive sometimes too. I don't have this perfectly figured out, but we should have some mechanisms or some disciplines that help us even check ourselves on that. And so that's what I try to do. One good way to make sure you're hearing other folks out is just have good media hygiene. Make sure that you're listening, that you read people who are maybe a little more further left than you, that you read people who may be a little further right, not because you agree, but because you want to hear both sides and make sure that you're informed.
Yeah, and I like your point about making sure you're reading the best arguments, because there's a lot of bad arguments out there, and understandable that you would not see the perspective, but you're right. Like, there are really smart people on both sides, and I may never agree with someone on the other side, but at least I can sort of respect where they're coming from or understand why they landed there. And also, you have to upfront be like, it doesn't mean that they're not a Christian, if they're not agreeing with your political or your policy analysis on something. The extremes, obviously, this have just come to life in recent years. I mean, it's just gotten so bad. Why do you think this has even become a thing among Christians? Like, even among Christians, they have gone politically extreme. Is it that maybe people aren't quite as faithful as they, proclaim to be, or are they just being sort of pulled by culture?
I think pride has something to do with it. I think idolatry has something to do with it. We have made our political affiliation religious in nature.
Mm-hmm.
We don't necessarily know where our theology ends and where our ideology begins. And then when we're wrong, we just don't want to admit it. So whether it's people on the right trying to romanticize American history and they just don't want to admit that it's not what they say it is, whether it's people on the left trying to act like, a more permissive society is always a better society and don't want to deal with the consequences when it's very clear that that's not necessarily making things better. We hold on to these ideologies. We hold on to these perfect narratives we've created about ourselves and about what we think, and we just don't want to let them go, and they, again, become idols.
Do you make I mean, you probably have done this on the show, but like, in terms of like, have you ever found yourself you feel like you were on the wrong side of an issue and you came back around and said, I was wrong and I want to admit that publicly?
Yeah, I mean, I've said several times, even on LGBTQ issues, my conviction hasn't changed, but I think the way that I address it needed to change. And seeing people differently and understanding and hearing people's situations out. And I think the church as a whole needs to be more brokenhearted about that issue in general, not necessarily, again, changing convictions, but to say, wow, we really got some things wrong. We hurt people and we need to find ways to make amends. I think that goes a long way. I say this quite a bit, but how many people came up to Jesus with a perfect narrative and walked away with that narrative intact? Hardly anybody. We should not feel like we can go into every conversation and walk away with our narratives intact, walk away with us being the undisputed victor. That's not what discipleship is even about. And so while we want to hold on to what is true, we also know that we can get things wrong and that we need to be open to changing and seeing things differently.
And outside of what you guys are doing, where else are you maybe seeing progress? What gives you hope in sort of your mission outside of the AND campaign?
I think when we travel, I mean, I've had, elderly people come up to me and say, I listened to your podcast or I read your book and my view of race or my view of politics has changed. To me, those small victories, understanding that one person's change of perspective matters. I think when we become, when we sort of have a national platform, you can forget that each person that you touch matters. And so I try to keep my eye on, each person that may have seen things differently or been helped out and been encouraged by what we're trying to do. I think that's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can count me among some of the people that you've affected in terms of how you approach issues. I really have appreciated your voice in the past couple of years. Now, one of the things that I am really big on and what my upcoming book is about is about the local church and how important that is in our lives. Can you speak to, how you think the local church plays a part in us, discipling one another, and then also just sort of maybe making progress in this same way that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the local church is at the bottom of it about community. It's about us living together, worshiping together. And there's such a danger in not having a local church, not having people that can that know you, right? Because people on Twitter, people that you may go speak to don't necessarily know you. People at work might not know you, but having people that know you, that care for you, even at your worst moments, and are willing to hold you accountable. I can tell you that my local church very much keeps me grounded. And in those times where there's a struggle or there's things going on, to go to church, to be a part of that worship, to see those smiling faces, means a great deal. And one of the things that's really been on my heart lately is I have so many friends who have walked away from the church, just folks I grew up with or went to high school with, or even some of my professional friends now. And so many of the issues they go through, I'm like, that's what the church is for. Like, the church can help you through this.
Yes.
But unfortunately, for some reason, the church is the last place they think to go, even if they were raised there. And so we have some work to do. But the local church is a gift, and we got to start seeing it like that again, even though we know it's not perfect.
Yeah, love that. Okay, I have one more question that just popped into my head because I'm curious. I know do you have 3 or 4 kids?
3.
3. Okay. So, I know your kids are little, my kids are little as well. And, I'm thinking about, how do I present some of this stuff to them? How do I want them to grow up to be, critical thinkers and people that respect others and have that civility mindset. So how are you approaching this, and how you're going to teach your kids to think about these things?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I always, one of the biggest things that I teach them is that you don't know what people are going through. There may be somebody who talks too much or doesn't talk enough, but you don't know what's going on at home. You don't know what's in their heart. So rather than being the person that piles on and things of that nature, be the person that invites them into the conversation. Be the person that asks them, are they okay? Or just gives them a compliment. And so I've told myself, once a week, find somebody who you may not get a lot of compliments and give them a compliment.
Yeah.
That can go a long way.
I do the
just
same thing.
Seeing people.
Right. Seeing people. Yeah, that's so true. Okay. Last question. If people want to get involved with the AND campaign, how should they go about that?
Man, so if you want to join a chapter, or you just want to learn more about the AND campaign, you can go to our website, which is andcampaign.org, or you can email us and we can put you in contact with other people in your area who are supporters of the AND campaign. You can email us at engage@andcampaign.org.
All right, Justin, thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. Take care.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra Hudson. Thank you so much for being here, a part of this virtual summit on politics, faith, and civility. I'm thrilled to have my very dear friend, Cherie Harder, talk with us about these important themes today. I'll introduce her just before we get into our conversation. So Cherie serves as president of the Trinity Forum. And prior to joining the Trinity Forum in 2008, Ms. Harder served in the White House as special assistant to the president and director of policy and projects for the First Lady, Laura Bush. Earlier in her career, she served as policy advisor to Senate Majority Leader Bill First, advising the leader on domestic and social issues and serving as liaison and outreach director to outside groups. She was also a senior counselor to the chairman of the National Endowment for the Humanities, where she helped the chairman design and launch the We the People initiative to enhance the teaching, study, and understanding of American history. She also served as a policy director for Senator Sam Brownback, and also served as deputy policy director at Empower America. She holds a BA in government from Harvard University and a postgraduate diploma in literature from the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia, where she was a Rotary Scholar. Oh, that's great. I didn't know that, Cherie. I was a Rotary Scholar too. That's wonderful. Oh. In London. She is also a senior fellow at Cardis, an editorial board member of Comment Magazine, a past board member of Gordon College and the C.S. Lewis Institute, and a current board member of the Convergent Center for Policy Resolution, Faith, and Law, and an advisory board member for the National Museum of American Religion. So Cherie, thank you for being here.
Great to be here and good to see you, Lexi.
You were one of the first people we thought of, Cherie, when Erica and I were planning this occasion. You're someone that has a strong grounding in faith, but have served in public life. Mm-hmm. And so I thought I'd just open to explore what do you see as the natural intersection overlap of these topics, civility, faith, and politics? And then maybe even explore, what is politics?
Oh, yeah. No, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's always good to talk with you, Lexi, even if it's before an audience or over Zoom or whatever it is. So anyway, it's great to be here. And yes, I do think there's clearly a natural nexus in some ways between faith and politics, in that the Christian tradition of which I'm coming from, and which colors or shapes my worldview. The two great commandments that Jesus gave to his followers were to love God and love your neighbor. And so a lot of what we bring to the public square as people of faith is thinking through, what does it mean to love one's neighbor, and how does that play out? And there's a lot of implications for the command to love one's neighbor in terms of what justice means, what freedom means, what civility means. What does it look like to pursue and work towards a just social order? So there's going to be a lot of areas of nexus there. Another one has to do with, who are we? What does it mean to say that I am a Christian and I am an American, as well as all the other different forms of identity one has. And of course, a third area is, our faith presumably affects our behavior, not only what we do, but how we do it and why we do it. It affects all sorts of different parts of what makes us live our public lives, not just our private and personal ones. So all of those, I think, are part of why there is a nexus between faith and politics. One of the things that's quite concerning right now is to see how a natural nexus of the ordering of one's priorities, the effect of faith on a mandate for justice and a mandate for loving others, has gotten distorted in some significant ways, and I think is leading to real harm. And we can talk about that, but just to throw out a few different statistics kind of reflecting that, there have been a number, or quite a few surveys, polls sort of showing changes in attitudes. But some recent polls have shown that close to 40% of Americans, sort of evenly divided on the two polls, consider people of the other party to be evil. There's around 20% of partisans on either side who have said that the country would be better off if large numbers of the opposite party died. And there's nearly a third of people who have, again, different polls and studies, have said that violence against the government is sometimes justified. I think all of this points to real distortions and breakdowns of what should be a healthy nexus of faith and politics. That is a motivation out of love, both vertical, towards God, but horizontal towards a neighbor, that should lead us to pursue the common good and pursue justice. And instead is increasingly causing people, it's fueling and motivating political combat, as opposed to a pursuit of the common good. And we can talk about kind of how we got there and what it might mean, but those are just a few thoughts about what the nexus should be or could be, and some of the distortions I think are taking place.
I love that question you posed to kind of take a step back. I'd like to ask the question of the intersection of these themes, faith, politics, and civility, requires the question, who are we as Christians? And I think that we could even take that one step further. Who are we as human beings? Like, what is the stuff of humanity? What is the origin, purpose, and destiny of men? What is the stuff? What is it? And as Christians, what is the Imago Dei, and what does that mean for how we view ourselves and view the other? Even the other that we disagree with, that we think is vehemently wrong, even if they hold evil views, what do we owe them? What is the bare minimum of respect and decency we owe the person that we disagree with, despite that disagreement? And to some extent, that's the fundamental question of human civilization, coming together and doing this thing called life together, despite differences. Right, like that's and then of course that's even a pre-Christian question. How do we do life together despite different? And then the Christian valence just elevates the standards, and the stakes are heightened. You can't just, you know, cavalierly take a life of the enemy tribe, right? Like in the post-Christian era, like, no, you have to reckon with the fact that they have the imprint of the divine, just like we do, and we have more in common than not. And what does that mean? So I think that's a great question. Thank you for starting us there, Cherie. So what is the problem? How did we get here? How did the stakes become so high in our public life, where all of a sudden people feel like, as you've mentioned, the world would be a better place without people that held views that are different than mine?
Yeah.
Have we always been here, you know, yeah.
Well, you know, actually, to your question, have we always?
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra Hudson. Thank you so much.
And identity. But a few things I'll mention. One is, I think in many ways, and somewhat ironically, we actually place far too much faith in politics to answer or to address the big challenges and the big questions of life. Niebuhr, it was a theologian, Reinhold Niebuhr, who talked about politics as being proximate solutions to insoluble problems. And again, that's rooted in a certain view of human nature that, again, acknowledges that we are selfish beings, and we have motivations that are probably not even known to ourselves. And there's always going to be more needs than resources, probably more legitimate claims to resources that than can be satisfied. And so part of the challenge of what politics is determining priorities within a system, a structure of justice, ordered liberty. And that sounds easy, but it's very hard to achieve. And part of what enables us to do better and better is that clash of ideas and trying to persuade other people and listening to each other and learning from each other. And that collaborative process hopefully will get us closer and closer. But I think, recently we've been putting more and more of our sense of self and identity, not just in politics, but in partisanship, which it has happened several times in history. It is rarely, or it is never a good thing. There have been some studies that have shown that it used to be the norm to marry, or at least very normal, to marry outside of your political party, but highly unusual to marry outside of your faith. And that has been the case for quite a long time. But in the last 10 years, that's actually reversed. It's now much more common for people to marry outside of their faith than outside of their political party. In many ways, one's religion was considered one of the unmoved movers of identity. That is, it would shape your sense of identity or your sense of affiliation in other areas. Increasingly, that is not the case. Partisanship is starting to supplant theological and religious orientation as one of the grounding forms of identity. And that, I think, is a real loss and a real danger, to have partisanship displace what should be a far deeper claim upon our loves and our priority and our sense of self, and winds up distorting a lot, not only of our faith, but also distorting our politics. I think a second cause, and one that has fed into the first, is that because of changes in technology, we are able to have our own information streams increasingly custom tailored to our likes, our interests, but also our grievances and our biases. So our information streams are increasingly not only personalized, but also politicized. And when you factor in the human tendency to motivated reasoning, those personalized, politicized information streams are increasingly confused with what is true, such that it's ever easier to consider people who don't agree with oneself to be, if not stupid, but just downright evil. And I also think, as part of both of those things, we have gotten an increased sense of our purpose from political combat. with more of our identities being based in partisanship, what we see as not only right or wrong, but also true or false, real or unreal, being shaped by personalized and politicized information streams, more of us are getting a sense of what our calling is from, from essentially combat with those who hold a different view. And I think all three of those things are distorting, not destroying civility, and distorting both our faith and our politics.
I think you're absolutely right that part of the issue is that we see the people with opposing views as we've been talking about, less like us, and less impossible to reason with, impossible to grapple with. I thank you for bringing up Niebuhr. That's such a beautiful phrase. I'll just repeat it. Politics says proximate solutions to insoluble problems, and instead people wanting everything right now or nothing. Otherwise, you're the enemy. If I'm not getting everything I want in this exact moment. and that everything is kind of cheapened, reduced to this sort of cheapened simplicity, where it's either you're on my side or you're not, you're good or bad, and all these, like, life is just a series of litmus tests. Are you a Christian or aren't you? If you don't vote this way, you're not a Christian. If you don't vote this, if you're not, this, and it's just reduced to, like, tenets and platforms, as opposed to, and then as a result, we are essentialized, and we essentialize others by that view of the world, as opposed to seeing, again, one another as beings with the imprint of the divine, infinitely complex people that come to view the world for many different reasons, right? Like, there's a story behind every opinion we hold, everything we've done, everything we've said, for good or for ill.
No, that's exactly right. And so often too, it seems like people, they're the online warriors. If you're not only with them 100%, but also just as belligerent or as assertive about pushing your point of view, then you're a coward and a sellout, right? Or your silence is deafening. So not only does one have to be 100% with the political belligerence, but any kind of reticence of being equally combative is seen as cowardice or being a sellout. And I think that's a dangerous trend.
And simply not having an opinion or a strong opinion on something is no longer an option, which is so bad for our public discourse. Like, everyone feels the need to comment on everything constantly. Not everyone's qualified to. No one has thoughtful things to say 5 times a day or 20 times a day, every day of the week. Like, that goes for columnists or the average, tweeter, person tweeting on the interweb. Cherie, my final chapter, I cannot wait. So Cherie, I'll disclaim, as a gracious endorser of this project. She's been a long supporter and friend, and I can't wait for you to send you a copy of the book, Cherie. I'm
looking forward to it.
But my final chapter is on misplaced meaning and forgiveness, these exact topics that we've been talking about. I don't know if you're familiar with this lovely essay by a Scottish theologian named Thomas Chalmers. It's called The Expulsive Power of a New Affection. Is that a great title? We don't have essays with those kind of titles anymore these days. But he argues, he has this certain ecology of the soul. He says nature abhors a vacuum. And he's a Christian, right? So he's talking about it's a Christian theological view that it's not enough just to say stop loving sin, right? Like, stop loving bad things that are causing you harm and misery in your life. You can't just say stop. You have to cultivate a new love. Good. Absolutely, you have to cultivate those attachments and cultivate a love of the beautiful, the good, the true, love of the divine, to displace and to weaken our attachment and the seduction of the harm and of the sin of the bad in our lives. So you can't just say, don't love politics so much, right? Like, that's how that applies. That's the analogy I apply to this world. Like, we've misplaced our meaning in politics. Exactly what you said, as these traditional touchstones of meaning, like friendship, like community, like faith, as they have been the ascendant in recent decades. Nature abhors a vacuum, right? We've misplaced our meaning in something temporal, something ephemeral, and we're bound to be disappointed in that. And so and there was a great book called Overdoing Democracy by a political scientist at Vanderbilt University, and I love his framework, because he says, in making everything political, which we have, we're doing democracy a disservice. There's such a thing as we need things in our life that give us life, that are that are apolitical, so we could just, you know, be people, right? Be co-citizens, and not have everything be these litmus tests, these mortal battles, to use your phraseology that I love. And so I really like that sort of framework. And then the remainder of my chapter goes through what are some things that we can reclaim in life to restore our soul. So I talk about friendship, you know, especially cultivating friendship across divide, right, to combat this crisis of alienation that we were talking about a moment ago. I talk about curiosity, nurturing our minds, and just finding things that excite us, and just following an intellectual trend. I talk about beauty, encountering the sublime, right? Taking nature walks, looking up at the stars at night, things that instill awe in us and a sense of transcendence, and put us into perspective as human beings, and make our tiny little problems feel small as they really are. Right? Like keep our egos in check. So I just really appreciate you bringing that up, because we're definitely on the same brainwave there. So what do you think, Sheree? I've offered a few thoughts of what we can do, but what else can we do you think?
Well, along the same vein, but perhaps worded a little bit differently and a little bit different conceptually, I want to also offer the idea of hospitality, you know, including intellectual hospitality, which you sort of hinted at there. But you know, so much of what we've talked about, you know, the thinning of our sort of sense of identity to be so largely partisan, all of that has led to, you know, kind of like the breakdown of relationship, and the fragmentations of friendships, and you know, thinning out of community bonds that, you know, you've also kind of alluded to, and all of that kind of leads to loneliness. And loneliness is terrible for a just and a just society. It is a complete acid that corrodes and distorts essentially the civic fabric that kind of undergirds and weaves together a disparate people. So with that kind of loneliness, one of the best antidotes to it, you know, is relationality. And the way relationality largely starts is through the extension of friendship or hospitality. And in many ways, hospitality seems like, you know, a modest effort, something that's often, you know, kind of dismissed as what church ladies do. But, you know, opening one's home, offering one's time and attention, and considering the viewpoints of someone else is the necessary, you know, if insufficient, but the necessary first step, I think, towards reweaving some of that civic fabric, seeing other people as full people, you know, who are themselves filled with dignity. And as you were talking about, have a story and have a perspective, have reasons for what they think, even if those reasons aren't great ones. But there's often the story behind it is one that, once discovered, can be the basis for a friendship, even if not an agreement. And we've got to the point where we tend to consider, for some reason, political agreement to be more important than a deep bond of friendship. You know, we won't be friends with everyone, but hospitality is what opens the door to those kind of relationships, both starting and strengthening. And I think it's no coincidence that, you know, again, studies have shown that the number of times that we open our doors to our neighbors or friends has gone way down in recent years. And I think it's one of those practices that, once revived, will start gradually but surely helping to rebuild some of the civic bonds and help us to actually be able to hear each other, even when what we're hearing might not be something that we agree with.
I think that's so beautiful and well put, Sheree. I think especially in the post-pandemic era, it's hard to get motivated. I think we're kind of, it's like hospitality and empathy and interacting with others. It's like a social muscle that kind of atrophied during this time of just isolation. We had these sort of mediated interactions virtually all the time, but it's not quite the same as being in the aura and the presence of someone else. And so as we try to build up those muscles, again, it's so easy to find excuses not to when there's loungewear and Netflix. Why would I go out? Why would I have to come in? Like we can find excuses, but how do it's like going to the gym. I like to say, like, we never regret it. We never regret, very rarely do we regret like an evening spent with people out in our homes, at someone else's home, because those are transformative. They build trust. They're beautiful moments in time that you'll never get back. I completely agree. I have a whole chapter on hospitality in my book as a practical and noble expression of civility. Yes. And I love etymology. Etymology is throughout my book. You probably know this, at the root of the word hospitality is the Latin word hospice, which means both host and guest. Yeah. And hospice is the root of the word hospitality, as we know, which is like love of the stranger. That's kind of the intellectual lineage, but also the root of hostile. And that kind of shows the duality of hospitality, right? There's kind of a risk involved when you invite someone into your home, into your life. Or you mentioned an intellectual hospitality. When you invite someone's ideas into your life, there's kind of a risk involved. Like, is this going to be a good gamble or isn't it, right? But another root, another word that derives from hospice is hospital. So hospitality and hospital are from the same etymological link. And I love this vision of creating our lives and our homes as social hospitals, right? That's what hospitality can do, as you mentioned, repairing and healing our social fabric, one interaction at a time. You mentioned offline, Cherie, that's where, social healing begins, and that can't be scaled. No one can snap their fingers. No public policy can make it a national, thing, right? It's spontaneous, it's beautiful, it's isolated, individualized, and but so powerful. I know you live your life that way, Cherie, and I admire you for that. So I'm so grateful that we're friends. I'm so grateful to have shared this little moment in time with you to talk about these beautiful and important ideas. And I'm so grateful for your friendship and for being here.
Well, thank you, Lexi. It's great to talk with you. I really appreciate the invitation and delighted to be a part of this.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Well, I am talking now with Bree Stensrud. She is the director of Women of Welcome, a project of World Relief and the National Immigration Forum. Bree, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I love it.
Well, you were one of the first people I thought of when I kind of drummed up this whole summit in my mind, because you're so awesome at really listening and seeing both sides of an issue and being in the messy middle so often. So tell us a little bit about yourself and Women of Welcome, and then we'll jump into some questions.
Sure. So I'm Bree Stensrud, and I live in Colorado Springs, Colorado. I have 2 kids, and I've been married for 15 years. And I grew up a pastor's kid in the Evangelical Free Church. And so I've just kind of existed in that space for a while. And in the last few years, really just kind of branched out into this world of political homelessness. So here I am.
What does it mean to be politically homeless?
Oh, it means that I don't have a tribe in partisan politics. I think that's the best way to describe it, because people do ask, so what does that mean? How do you vote? I mean, it's always the question. And so it just means that I don't necessarily feel comfortable anywhere, and I'm not exactly sure that I should.
Yeah. Do you feel like that group of people has been growing lately?
I do, but I feel like it's a bit of an undercurrent right now, as opposed to, because the question is, how then do I vote if I'm politically homeless? What is the takeaway? What's the action? And I think that's where some people get stuck.
Yeah, I agree. That can be a really tough one. Today we're talking about faith, politics, and civility, all of those things wrapped into one. I think maybe sometimes the least understood of those is civility. So when you hear those 3 terms together, what do you think of? And how do you think maybe it's been misunderstood?
Well, I think all 3 of those things as Christians can and should coexist together. But what comes to my mind first and foremost is accountability, and that there's just been such a lack of accountability on the individual level and on the community level when people are entering into those spaces. And we have really let the partisan narratives really capture our imagination, and also really fill some gaps that I feel like maybe should be the church's role and the Christian community's role instead. And therefore, we haven't been putting people first. And instead of putting people first, we've been putting narratives first, or we've been putting our party first, or we've been putting our own feelings and our own flourishing first. And so civility is absolutely critical to our gospel witness. And so showing up with your faith should inform the conversations that you have. And people shouldn't be able to tell which party you're in, but who you're for. And you should be for people first.
That's such a good point. I think you're right. I think especially today, like people are leading with politics. They're leading with policy. Like they're thinking before they're standing next to someone and hearing their story, they're considering, you know, this political side of things when it really needs to be the other way around. And I always love what Women of Welcome says, which is proximity matters. Tell us about how you guys came up with that. I mean, it's a simple phrase, but it's so powerful.
Well, I think the thing that most excites me about our Women of Welcome community is that Christian women are finding room to breathe, and they're finding confidence in the compassion that they have. And they're being told that there's a space, a very large and big space that they can have in caring about people who maybe they've been told or they've been taught to fear. And that's what really excites me. And so what people can get closer in proximity by the way they talk about people, they can get closer in physical proximity, they can get closer in their learning. But when you start to take some of those steps forward, and you know, Christian women sometimes feel like they have to be given permission. We've been told that there's a certain space for us for so long. We've been told this is a certain role you can be in. This is a certain thing you can say. This is when you can preach, and this is considered preaching versus teaching. It's all just become very like paralyzing for a lot of women. And so Women of Welcome is just this really unique community that says, show up as you are. There's no agenda. And we just want to attach confidence to your compassion. And we're going to do that through a biblical perspective. We're going to pull you out of the partisan politics, and we're going to have you get close to people and care about this issue as a biblical one before you care about it as a political one.
Yeah. And you guys, I mean, I took a trip to the border with you guys this year, which was absolutely amazing. It was like definitely one of the, if not the highlight of my year, being able to do that. And all of us have stayed in touch, you know, since that trip. And you have people from all sides of the political spectrum on these trips, right? Like you're inviting people that may not agree. I mean, I can tell you that some of us didn't probably agree on some things, but we were all there for one reason. And I think that's unique about what you guys do. Since you started working with Women of Welcome, what have you found encouraging about people you've been able to reach? Maybe people that maybe people that weren't engaged on this before, or didn't seem like the kind of person that could be reached.
I think it's surprising for people to show up and realize that it really is just about people. I feel like everything about immigration and immigrants and refugees, which is what Women of Welcome really centers around, has become so polarizing and so political that to get close to it means something to somebody. It could mean that you're for open borders. It could mean that you are now a progressive liberal. It could mean, I mean, there's just so much attached to it. There's so much baggage that to get close means something. And so what's happened is there has been a real gap of curiosity about people who are trapped in the very systemic things that we keep saying, you know. So the echo chambers that we've been living in, people, you know, the narratives that we have attached to certain issues and things, there are very real people that are really kind of trapped and scapegoated in a lot of those narratives. And so when you get close, the outside world, who has not remained curious and who has really decided this is a political issue instead of a biblical one, will tell you certain things about getting close. And I think the wonderful thing about Women of Welcome is, as we've said, once you get close, you'll understand that this has nothing to do with partisan politics. It has a lot to do with public policy, like that there's an aspect of that, but we want to show up as Christians first. And the way in which we show up and we understand this through our biblical values and our interpretation of the scriptures is going to inform everything else. And so it is this kind of people first mentality. And you do realize, I mean, they're people just like you and I. We have a lot in common, and there's more in common than what divides us.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that we've been talking about with multiple people is the divide within the church, which obviously applies to this issue and many other issues. It has really gotten pretty bad in the past few years in terms of Christian disunity. Like it's a struggle sometimes, like worse than it's ever been. What are your thoughts on managing the division? Like, what are we supposed to do right now? And I know you don't have all the answers, Bree, but like, I'd be curious to get your thoughts.
I think it goes back to this people first mentality, because right now, a lot of these social issues have been co-opted, have been taken by partisan platforms, and everything is just so heated and so divisive. And I do think that there are a great number of people in this country that are tired of hating each other. They're just sick of always having to be angry about something. And I do think that the church has really been like, all right, we're just not going to handle any of the divisive issues and whatnot. And so my advice to us who want to find unity would be to take the partisan narrative out of it, and we take it out of our pews, we take it out of our pulpits, and that comes, with accountability, right? It's individual accountability and it's community accountability. But people are like, well, how do you do that? How do you practically take partisan narratives out of the conversation? And what I would say is people first. So if you are talking about someone, if you're going to teach about someone, do you know someone in that situation? And it's not just, do you know someone? Do you have a relationship with someone? How close in proximity are you to be able to talk about those things? The Bible is not political. Jesus did not show up in a partisan way. And so we can show up and we can teach and disciple our congregations and our friends in the same way. Let's talk about people first. What does it really mean to be a neighbor? What does it mean to be for the flourishing of others, and not just for our own flourishing and our own communities flourishing? So I do think when we think about people first, that allows us to be curious enough to not attach some of these partisan narratives. And it also makes us ask questions about the things that maybe we continue to hear, or the things that maybe we've been taught to continually say.
Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah.
When it comes to civility, which we kind of already talked about, where do you see people kind of doing this, like misunderstanding what it is and maybe not doing it correctly, or going wrong even in their attempts to actually practice it?
Well, I think most of us have bought into this idea that compassion means compromise, and that we can't be full of conviction and full of compassion at the same time. And I think what that does is it puts us on the defensive, and it makes us feel like any conversation we enter into, we have to win something, and we have to leave being right. We have to have the last word, the last say. And so when I read about Jesus's ministry and his life, he is first showing up with compassion. And that doesn't mean he's soft or too tender. That doesn't mean he doesn't have his moments where he has this righteous anger and whatnot. It just means that he is self-controlled. He's exhibiting the fruits of the Spirit, and he knows that the person that he's talking with, he made, and he deeply loves. And so I do think that we've lost this ability to see people first, and we think, okay, I'm going to listen as far as I need to in order to understand how to win this argument or win this person over. And I don't actually think that's really being civil. I mean, you can be really smart and have all the right answers, but not be civil. And I don't think that compassion is a weakness, and I don't think that it means that you compromise on your convictions either.
Yeah, compassion is not a weakness. Like, I feel like one of the terms I remember hearing growing up was like bleeding heart, and it was always like a negative thing, but it's like not necessarily, like like it's a good thing to be able to see, to be empathetic, you know, even if you don't agree with necessarily the policy solution that, you know, others do, like it's so good to see people first and to be compassionate first, because, you know, that's seeing the humanity in people. And that's like number one, that has to be number one, because that's how we see, you know, that we are made in God's image, every single person. And so that's really, really important.
And I have an example of this.
Sure.
And so this is a practical example. So I remember when I was in Washington, D.C., and I was talking with a group of immigrant advocates, and they'd kind of been in the space for a really long time. And I was really kind of new and green to being really in deep depth detail and work in the movement. And I remember just talking to this group who was like a big group of potential donors and whatnot. And I was telling them about how I knew my evangelical community of women, once they could see what I saw, once they could get close enough to really understand that there was so.
All right, everyone. Well, I am talking now with Bree Stensrud. She is the director of Women of Welcome, a project of World.
And I'm confident in what God has called me to do. I'm not supposed to be winning arguments. I'm not supposed to be throwing punches. I'm supposed to be planting seeds. And because I feel freed up from having an agenda, specifically a politically partisan one, I feel a lot of space to breathe about it. I don't feel pressure. I know what the Bible says about what I'm talking about. I know where the church should be on this, and I can be confident about that. I have a confident compassion towards people, and that only comes from the Lord. And
Confident compassion. I love that so much.
Yeah, it's a discipline. You know, it's not something you can just be like, I'm going to be strong. No, you can't really.
Yeah.
You put
No.
those we just talked about into practice, and you keep having to do it over and over and over again. It just becomes a very freeing thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I can see that. I can see that. Well, thank you, Bree, so much. Now tell us, you recently had a children's book come out. So tell us about that, where we can find it, and how people can connect with Women of Welcome.
Thanks. So Dan Darling and I, who I think is also kind of on this event, he and I wrote a children's book together called The Biggest Best Light. I don't even think I have a copy down here with me, but we wrote The Biggest Best Light, and it's a children's book for elementary age kids. And it's really about seeing people as God does. And what we really try and showcase in that book is a whole life, pro-life ethic in the illustrations, just about how a lot of our rhetoric, our narrative, the sin of our own hearts has really put people into shadows. And we have chosen not to see people as God does. And so what we need the light of Jesus in our hearts to be able to shine into all those places that we have put people, and so that we can see them as God sees them. And so there is hope in the world because Jesus is the light of the world, and he can break through all the shadows. So that's what that book is about.
And get it, because I have it. It's really good. And man, we need good children's books. And that's one of them. So everybody buy a copy for your kids or grandkids.
Oh, thank you. So you can find that on Amazon, or I guess anywhere books are found. So that's The Biggest Best Light. And Women of Welcome. Women of Welcome exists mostly online. So you can find us on Instagram or on Facebook. You know, womenofwelcome.com is our website. But that is a community for Christian women who are looking to understand more about immigrants and refugees from a biblical perspective. We are following our compassion into that space. And that is a space that is strictly and very specifically nonpartisan. And we want to look at immigrants and refugees as image bearers, as they surely are. And that means we do a lot of Bible studies. That means we do a lot of community forum conversations and talks. That means sometimes we go in closer proximity to the border, and we take some of those trips. So you can find us online there.
All right. Thank you so much, Bree.
All right. Have a good one.
Everyone, we are on the screen, just so you know. The screen is live. How's everybody doing?
I'm good. I just jumped off another Zoom call. Like that was my third. This is my third. The kids are back in school today, and it's like hitting the ground running.
Okay, well, thank you. I know you just went to Disney World, so we have a lot going on in life, everybody. Thank you for joining us, guys. Lexi will be on in just a second. And thanks for everyone that's watching. I know we're going to have more people coming back on in a few minutes. This was sort of an experiment in webinars and putting this all together. So we've had a couple hiccups, but I'm okay. I have to turn Lexi's camera on. She's saying, okay, let me do that. Okay, ask to start video. Let's see if that works. There you are. Hey, Lexi.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be with you. Thanks, Erica.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me just pull up my notes. Whoops. And then we can go ahead and get our panel started. Let's see here. All right. Well, welcome to our 1 p.m. panel. My name is Erica Anderson. I'm co-hosting this event with Alexandra Hudson, who you have seen doing some of the other interviews today. And we are so happy to be joined by Christina Crenshaw, Catherine Lopez, and Dan Darling for our panel today. So thank you everyone for joining us.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, so I think I would love to get started just by people going around and just giving us your name and a little bit of your background. I'll just kick it off with you, Christina, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, so when I'm not at Disney World with my kids, I'm a mom and a wife. I have 20 years of history in academic spaces. I taught as a high school English teacher for a while. Then I was a college professor at California Baptist University, at Baylor University. Now I am an associate at Dallas Theological Seminary, also a fellow at the Land Center, which I will let Dan Darling tell you a little bit more about, but just a history of being in academic spaces and the social sciences and in the humanities. Always been interested in how we root those conversations in a Christian worldview and from a perspective of faith. And I reside in Waco, Texas. So that's a little bit about me.
You're muted, Erica.
Sorry, Dan, we'll have you go next.
Oh yeah, I'm Dan Darling. I'm the director of the Land Center for Cultural Engagement here at Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary in Fort Worth. For a long time, I was at the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission for about 8 years. We just moved here to Fort Worth from Nashville. We lived there for about 9 years, getting settled in here in Texas. Christina's helping a little bit with that. I'm originally from Chicago. I pastored in Chicago for a while. I do some writing. I write for World Magazine, USA Today, other places, and I've written a few books and things like that. But glad to be part of this. And pretty honored that Erica would ask me to participate.
Well, I always think of your book, The Dignity Revelation, as one of the key ones. And that's number one why you came to mind, I think, when we were planning this panel. So thanks for participating. And then last but not least, Catherine Lopez, my former colleague at National Review. Thank you for joining us, Catherine. Just give us a little bit of background on you.
Thank you, Erica. I've been at National Review and the National Review Institute for over a quarter of a century. We figured out recently.
The way you say it sounds like so long.
Well, it is amazing to think that 26 or so years is that. But one of the things I obviously come from a media background, But in the last, I don't know, 7 years or so at the National Review Institute, I've been able to run this Center for Religion, Culture, and Civil Society. So basically, I get to focus on the stuff I want to focus on, and instead of trying to be ahead of the news all the time, because being ahead of the news can drive you a little crazy. And even it's funny. I'm so glad you're doing this. I'm encouraged that you're doing this summit. I just came back from 12:10 Mass, and what do after I'm at my most peaceful that I'm going to be at all day, right? Oh, I check Twitter.
No.
And I'm reading about people attacking so and so, and it takes 1 second to get out of a place of peace and civility by looking at social media. So this is a much needed conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think Twitter comes into play a lot in this conversation, at least for those of us that are in the media and communications and all of that space. I know all of us are, participate on Twitter on the regular, so we can get into that a little bit. But I wanted to kick off things with just the simple question of this panel in this event are, about the intersection of faith, politics, and civility. And you were all people that we thought of when we put these 3 words together. And so I would just love to hear from each person, like, what does that mean to you? What does it look like to do it in a healthy way? And anyone can go first. Even Lexi, if you wanted to go, you could go. Whoever wants to go first.
I mean, I'll speak up. I mean, I think there's a couple things that come to mind. I think the first thing that comes to mind typically is, when Christians are talking about the intersection of their faith and politics and culture, the first thing I think of is we always think everyone else is doing it wrong, right? So we know there's a problem with the way that Christians engage in politics, but very rarely do we think it's me that's the one, it's these other group of people or this kind of people that's doing it wrong, but I'm doing it in a purely wholesome way. I think the second thing to think about is, a lot of the arguments and a lot of the conversations we're having about this are good, but I don't think they reckon with the fact that, we do live in America in 2023. And the question really should be, okay, this is the place God has put us, Acts 17, God has sovereignly ordained peoples and places in their times. The question should be, how do we steward our citizenship well? What does that look like? What does it look like for me to steward my freedom, my citizenship, my participation within my respective calling? And I guess the third thing I would think is, one of the things we don't often consider is calling. People have different callings, so it's going to look differently. The Christian who's called to be a U.S. senator versus the Christian who's called to, run a local nonprofit in their community. And so I think we have to have space for varied callings.
Yeah. Okay. Christina.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Dan, that's really good. And I like that you sort of brought up that in a way we're all called to do politics, but in a different way. I think prior to, maybe 2020, definitely 2021, and we could talk a little bit more about that. Dan and I have a kind of a shared political story that went viral, but I wouldn't have said I was a political person. I still don't know, based on our sort of shared understanding of what politics is. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in politics. And yet at the same time, really, if politics is civil engagement, in public spaces and in private spaces, then we're all called to some level of political engagement. But that may look like your local school board, that may look like being a senator, but there is a calling on our life. I mean, there's a stewardship calling by the nature of being a Christian that requires that we engage the common good and that we engage it for His glory. And, as Dan noted, that is becoming a harder space to engage with such a fractured worldview, right? And in 2023, but that doesn't necessarily negate our responsibility to steward and to engage and to do it again to God's glory and with civility. So, as Dan mentioned, I'm so glad that you're doing this panel. I think it's a necessary conversation.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, Catherine.
I think one key aspect of this is gratitude. I think that a lot of the anger springs from obviously a lack of a sense of our moorings, but a sense that we have anything to be grateful for. I think I'm increasingly convinced that's sort of the heart of the matter, because you have no sense of stewardship if you're not grateful for anything, right? And there is this sense that if I disagree with you, you must be my enemy. But no, I mean, if we can, again, have some sense of gratitude for the gifts, start with our life, right? We've both been granted a life, and that's something to be grateful for. And I'm grateful for Joe Biden's life, even if I disagree with him on many, many, many things, right? But and I was really struck by what Dan said about the challenge to yourself. When I'm talking about this stuff, I'm lecturing myself, and one thing that I've noticed is the inhumanity that can come out on social media. Years ago, I realized that if I merely mention Nancy Pelosi, it brings out the worst in people on the right. And so I just decided, all right, I'm never going to comment on Nancy Pelosi in this venue ever again. Now longer form things, that's another story. And then that's kind of on each of us how we respond to that and receive a longer form thing. But with Twitter and social media, it's just too easy for us to react without thinking. And so part of the engagement, I think, and this goes to some of what Christina was saying as well, is about is engaging as a Christian and encouraging others to engage as Christians. If they see you being Christian, then maybe they'll respond in kind. And the other thing that really has happened, I was really interested in what you were saying about are you political? But some of these things are political that we don't think are political. Now we have the politicization of everything, and I don't mean to skip ahead. I think this is something Erica is going to ask about later a little bit. But sometimes you have to realize that when we're getting nasty comments and emails and all the rest, it's not about me. Once we can see, who knows what this other person has going on. And sometimes I feel like a public figure is an outlet for people, like a safe outlet. I know when I very, very long ago now, when the blogs and things were first starting, occasionally my colleagues and I would share stories about, we got this email about, I hope you die a long suffering death of cancer, and you're really detailed kind of stuff. And so then occasionally you kind of smile and say a prayer and write a response, like, well, thank you for taking the time out of your day to, and so often, now every once in a while it backfires and somebody says F you and again, but more often than not, a person replies and says, I am so sorry. I had no idea a human being was going to read this. And they were obviously venting about something in their life, And so just remembering that, this isn't all about you. This is about maybe being more human to somebody. And obviously I don't recommend you respond to everyone who's cursing you out on Twitter or anything like that, but it has been an interesting experiment over the years.
Yeah, I like what you said. I mean, it reminds me of the conversation that I had with Bree before this, which, it's just talking about people first. And one thing that I always sort of think of, and maybe this is just me being the, overly sensitive or emotional person that I am, but oftentimes I always remember like that person is somebody's child, and like somebody cherished them and held them when they were born, and they have a story. And if we could see part of their story on, when we walk up to someone, I try to always keep that in mind, no matter what it is. Even saw some video go viral the other day of a woman who was absolutely flipping out in an airport. I have never seen anything like it, but I was like, what is that? What is that trauma response or whatever it is that she's had going on? We don't know. And so although people have to be held accountable, I still think it's always worth putting that layer, putting that consideration into when we're dealing with people. Lexi, did you have any comments, or did you want to jump to another question?
Yes, thank you, Erica. And thanks to our panelists for being here. It's great to meet you all. I want to just quickly note what Catherine said about going from Mass to Twitter. Like I have that same, that the Apostle Paul said, I do what I don't want to do and I don't do what I do want to do. Like that's my dilemma every morning when I wake up. I know that the secret to a harmonious day in life is to go to bed at a reasonable hour, get up at least an hour before my kids, and like ground myself in the word, journal. Like I have these sort of habits of resilience just to have stillness, like stimulate my mind, body, and spirit in some way. And to again, just like ground myself in tranquility before checking my email, before touching my phone, especially before going on social media. And yet, despite that, I know that not doing those things like leads me to be like chaotic in the day and have less grace with my kids and just in any marketplace of life that I find myself in, with anyone I interact with, my husband. I still have a hard time doing that consistently. Like, it's just like, it's so interesting. And it's just part of the human condition. I think so. Thanks for bringing that up, Catherine, just how easy it is to like know the right thing and then not do it. And then not bring our best selves to our various endeavors as human beings or as Christians. In terms of the question you asked everyone, Erica, about the relationship between the topics of our summit, civility, faith, and politics. So my faith informs everything I do in life, and it informs my definition and my theory of civility. Just a little bit about my story. It was working in government in January 2017 to 2018. That where I was in DC, and I worked in this environment of like anti-human flourishing, and I saw people either overtly abused and hostile and aggressive or manipulated, and saw people weaponize politeness as a means of using people to their end. So I saw these two modes of interaction, hostility and kind of manipulation, kind of smooth talking manipulation, that I realized are two sides of the same coin. They fail to see the innate dignity and worth of people and respect people in and of themselves, and both instrumentalize and abuse people as means to their ends. And when I left government, I returned to scripture. I returned to, the philosophers that had nourished and formed me in my spiritual and intellectual life. And I asked this question, like, what does it mean to be human? What is the bare minimum of respect that we are owed by virtue of the Imago Dei, by virtue of our shared dignity and worth as human beings? And what does that look like in practice, especially with people we disagree with categorically? And that was how I came to my kind of theory of civility. That's what civility is. It's the bare minimum of decency and respect that we are accorded by virtue of our shared humanity, by virtue of bearing the imprint of the divine. And back to this theme of we were talking about earlier of like knowing these things in theory, but not living them out in practice. I'd be curious to hear from the panel, especially in this digitally mediated world we find ourselves in today, it's really difficult to remind ourselves of the person on the other side of the interaction, especially when so much of it is anonymous. It's all very depersonalized. Like even being on the phone, right, is not the same as being in person to person, or writing an email is not the same as looking someone in the eye. This is great what we're doing now, but it's still not the same. I'd rather be in the same room as all of you. Like there's so much we miss with these digitally mediated interactions. So I'd be curious, what are some ways that you kind of bring the Imago Dei, which in my view is the foundation of both our faith and kind of the P as a point in how we operate in the world around us, and the foundation of my theory of civility. How do you bring the Imago Dei? How do you keep that front of mind when you interact with others in your various marketplaces? And one thing we talked about, like the politics isn't the word of the summit, but we can be in public life as we're all called to be and not be political. It's not everyone running for public office, right? We can be writers, we can be voices for the truths and the ideas that we care about, and that's still being in public life we're still stewarding. I like that concept, stewardship and gratitude that Catherine, tying those two things together that Catherine talked about. So Imago Dei and how that informs how you engage in the world around you. Be curious to hear from all of you on that.
Well, I've got a few ideas. I mean, if that's okay. I think one, we have to acknowledge that this is the world we live in. So we do live in a social media digital age, so the question is, how do we live well in this age? And I think the concept of the Imago Dei matters in the sense that we have to understand, as you said, that when we're interacting, especially when we're interacting on these digital mediums, that a couple of things. Number one, the person on the other side of Twitter or Facebook or whatever is not just a collection of pixels or an avatar, that there's a real human being. And it's easy for us to reduce someone down to that one wrong opinion they have. And that's all we think about when we think about them, but they're whole people that are more than their opinion. And I think secondly, to recognize when we're in these digital spaces, to understand that you were in public. I think sometimes we forget we're in public. And I try to have people imagine, let's say you only have 100 followers on Twitter, which is not that hard to do. Imagine yourself in a room and someone with 100 people and someone gives you the mic. And what would you say? You'd be conscious because you're in public. I mean, most people would be, I think. Let's imagine you have 1,000 followers. That's a pretty big auditorium. Then 10,000, 20,000. Now you're talking stadiums, right? And then if you're interacting with someone else that's similarly, you're having a public debate. So imagine yourself being in public and how you would act. And I think the third thing is, you touched on this a little bit, Alexandra, but I think a good offline life shapes your online life. And so if you have good practices, offline practices, if you understand that the digital world is real, but it's not the only world. And, if you are in community, if you have good friendships, if you have healthy spiritual disciplines, that can shape the way you interact online, right? And I think as Christians, we don't have to be slaves to the algorithms. Yes, the algorithms reward division and all that kind of stuff. We don't have to participate in that. We can be countercultural, even the way we interact online. So I think those things matter.
Yeah, I want to jump in and kind of speak to what you were saying, Dan, about imagining that you were in a room full of people who comprise the amount of followers you have, or whatever the analogy is. And I want to say to the person who is speaking things from a place of conviction and compassion, that it's so important to be rooted, as you were saying, Dan, in an actual offline church community in order to have the overflow of your heart be what is healthy. I think when you live in these echo chambers, you can feel bombarded by voices that are either validating what you believe. You can be bombarded by voices that are attacking what you believe. And it's very disorienting. I walked through something in 2021 and I needed the church body, the larger Big C church, to remind me what was true, what was beautiful, what was noble. And this is the great experiment, right? I think Jonathan Haidt has this article in The Atlantic that's really long that talks about how we're living in this Tower of Babel age where we're not listening to each other anymore, unlike the greats that you had mentioned, Lexi, earlier, Cicero and Socrates and Plato, a lot of that conversation was done in a public forum. But the idea that we can hide behind an avatar, that we don't have to engage people in real life, this is all a very much new experiment. But what has not changed is the human condition. So understanding that there's a real person behind that, understanding that we need to be rooted in a church body. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end of this, Erica, you'll talk more about the importance of that. You've written a book about that. But that the online world pales in comparison to the offline world. And I think once we lose sight of that, it becomes so disorienting. I mean, we've heard about cyberbullying. We've heard about, people who have lost their way in online. But I think when we step back and we realize, wait, I am rooted to a larger body of Christ, and that has to really shape and be the compass that guides me more than this online world. I think that's how we stay healthy. It's how we stay humble. It's just healthy and humble, that we engage with more humility than hubris, which is important to remember.
That reminds me of, I think, something David French said in his interview, which was, because he has a great church body, he has a great family, he has really rooted in all these healthy other parts of his life, that when he kind of steps out into this arena, this public arena, like he's actually got himself protected those stinging words or those attacks, because he knows who he is. He's confident in Christ. He's confident in his family and the relationships with people that he actually knows. And so I think that's another really good thing to remember as we're all participating in this dialogue. Catherine, would you like to comment on that question?
Yeah, this has been said before, but I don't think it could be understated, the importance of prayer. In the Catholic tradition, there's the liturgy of the hours. And so morning and midday and evening and night, you like reconnect with the Psalms. And it is such a reminder, if you just keep going back to Christ. First of all, to go back to something you were saying earlier, Erica, looking at a person or looking at a name, online or however, whatever it might be, and realizing, even though I disagree with that person, even though this person is saying terrible things, Jesus was born into the world, lived and died for this person. And that person may not realize that, but I don't want to do anything that keeps up obstacles, right? The other thing that I think is really important is, and I think this has to do too with the consistency of your community and your offline life. Your tweet or your blog post or your article or whatever, it's not going to be your first and only engagement probably with people who are reading you. So you both want to be present in the moment, but also know that like your tweet isn't going to change their life, right? You're not the savior of social media. But like in real offline human relationships, it's a long game. You plant seeds. And so one example in my life is I used to tweet about politics all the time when I was editor of National Review Online. So I have followers who know me from politics, and then I have followers who like reading the Psalms that I'll tweet or during the course of the day. And I know the political people sometimes get annoyed by the Psalms. Sometimes they're surprised by the Psalms. And I will get people saying crazy things to me, like, I remembered to go to church on Sunday because I felt like you were nudging me. Or, more longer term, I felt like you were nudging me, and so I decided to go back to Mass. And obviously my Twitter presence didn't do that. But if you can plant seeds and like Christina was saying, do everything that you're doing for the glory of God. And I always keep in mind, I think it's in Ephesians, do nothing to sadden the Holy Spirit. When we're engaging online, you don't want to, would you want to go before God and explain to him why you just tweeted that, and again, on the long game, you could be tweeting about the Justice Department and mail order abortion pills, right? This is a new news story. You're not going to win over people in that one tweet. So bear in mind, you've got followers who have had abortions. These are real people with real sufferings, and always bearing that in mind. And I think in particular, when we're talking about issues like abortion and abortion in a very particular way, this has hurt so many people. And most of our public debates about abortion hurt people more than they help people. They're like pouring salt into wounds. And again, I'm talking to myself here, always trying to bear in mind that you're talking, people who are listening to you are real people who have been hurt. And so however we can be a balm in that, and it's hard, and it's hard, it's hard online, it's hard offline. After I got off Twitter, after I left Mass, there was a man who was asking for money. And I my first reaction was to say I was sorry, I needed to run to this Zoom. Then I was pretty sure I didn't have any money. Then I found a couple of like dollar coins. And so I turned around to go to him, but he had he decided that he was going to go to the bathroom on a fire hydrant thingy. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to walk away from this situation now and pray for this man. But the point, I mean, I think the good intention is always that we have to have is, this is a child of God. Now, obviously, you know, like the person who keeps saying F you on Twitter, you know, you probably can't really engage other than pray for him at a certain point. But my point being, it's messy. But as long as we keep praying through it and trying to see the human person, we're headed in the right direction, at least.
Yes, and if you follow Catherine on Twitter or Facebook, you'll see, I love this about you. You will, you know, post prayer requests for people that you just meet in your day. I don't know.
I wanted to get his name, but at that point I couldn't get his name.
Yeah, you'll often get their names, and you know, it's apparent that most of the time it's not somebody that you actually know, it's somebody that you've spoken to on the street or something like that. And I just love that, because it's a reminder to me and to others that are following you, like that there's other things going on than like what's trending, you know, on Twitter or social media or in the news. And so I think you do such a good job of representing that in your space. So the next question I was going to ask is, you know, talking about the church, as Christina was saying, you know, I do believe that we all need to have that healthy church environment and that, you know, community to go back to feel grounded in offline completely. But, you know, in talking about this issue, the church has experienced a lot of disunity in the past several years, some of it related to politics or, you know, issues adjacent to politics. And so I think, you know, the question that I have for you is, how can we as Christians remain rooted in our convictions, yet still respect and worship with fellow Christians who may have different convictions? Because sometimes it seems like some churches are like one way, and you know, you need to think this to go here and that to go there, and but it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't need to be that way. It shouldn't be that way. And so what is your response to, you know, coming together with Christians that maybe have some very different perspectives on policy and politics? How do we battle that, or how do we do that well?
I think that's a good question. I mean, I think there's a couple things to consider. You know, I mentioned calling in the beginning, but I think some of our misunderstanding is a misunderstanding of varied callings, right? So if you're not in DC, you look at people who are working in Washington, DC, whether it's on the Hill or in think tanks or in the administrative branch or anywhere, and think, gosh, everyone in DC is so political, you know, they should just be, you know, they don't understand, you know, why are they so partisan? They don't understand that there's people in DC really doing good work to try to apply their faith and serve the common good. And it's a noble calling, but a person that's called to that kind of work is going to be necessarily a little bit more partisan, a little bit more political. That's the system we have. We have a two-party system. On the other hand, there's going to be people, someone in DC might look at someone who's, say, a pastor and say, how come they don't speak out more? How come they don't? Well, they have a different calling too. They're supposed to be a shepherd of their people. So I think, you know, pastors can call politicians to behave better, right? To be more civil, but politicians can ask pastors to speak out maybe more. But I think there's just different callings, right? So a pastor of a church is shouldn't be spouting off opinions on, you know, the marginal tax rates and those kinds of things, and vice versa. I also think we got to hang on to our friendships. I think one of the hardest things in the last 5 years is there's so many things pulling us apart, our friendships apart. And one of the things I've had to say to myself in the last 5 years is say, you know, I am not going to let COVID, I'm not going to let politics get between me and someone who's a dear friend. I'm going to hang on to the Bible talks about a friend that sticks closer than a brother. And the idea of sticking to somebody in this age takes intentional effort to say, I'm not going to let any of this divide us, right? I think that's really important. I think third, you know, there are things worth fighting for. And civility doesn't mean we don't fight for anything. I think it means we fight for the right things. And what distresses me sometimes about disunity in the church is that the things we're actually fighting over, for the most part, are not matters of Christian orthodoxy. They're these important things, but tertiary things, someone's, exact response to politics or COVID. And we're wasting energy on ridiculous fights, which saps our energy for the important fights. And so understanding that really, to me, is key.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan, I'll jump in, just want to affirm, what you said about the importance of finding common ground on the things that we do agree with, because oftentimes, particularly within the church, I think there's more that we agree on than we disagree on, in the grand meta narrative of scripture and the Genesis to Revelation, understanding of how to steward and engage and the earth, that sort of great commission and, calling. But I want to also say one of the things, Erica, to answer your question that has been so helpful for me, and I think that I gleaned this really almost subconsciously just from 2 decades of teaching college students, is to ask them or ask anyone that I'm engaging with why. Like, can you help me understand? Because it's a gift that you give them that they have to give kind of, this exegesis, this explanation for why they feel the way they do. And oftentimes you realize that it is more a feeling, a reaction than say, a rational argument for what they're believing, but it's also a gift you give yourself. I mean, there have been a number of things within political spaces, within theological spaces, where I've heard the person's argument out. And I'm like, okay, you're right. Even if it doesn't holistically change my perspective, it at least shifts it. Or at the very least, it gives me compassion for understanding where they're coming from, right? And that's a lot easier to gather around than if it's just, if we're just talking feelings here. But if you can actually give me some evidence for what you're believing or help me understand, again, sort of like an exegesis and apologetics for where you're coming from, that really, it tethers a person to another in a way that I think that the world is set up to divide us, right? And so, yes, to seeing the Imago Dei in people, yes, to engaging, grace and compassion, those are all, very true. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. But then also, I think asking questions, that sort of rhetorical, like, hey, help me understand, is really a gift for you to understand where they're coming from and for them to kind of pause and say, wait, why do I believe this? Am I just, again, espousing the echo chamber I live in? Or do I actually really have a good argument for this and apologetics behind this? We've lost sight of that, or we've lost, kind of like touch with that sort of communication where we're really building an argument.
Mm-hmm.
That speaks to the lost art of listening, I think, especially with all of the social media. There's such a incentive to talk before you actually think or listen to other people. And one thing I'm always struck by is how often people react to the headline on your article, because they probably didn't click on to read any of the article. At least read the article before you comment on it. This is another example from the streets of Manhattan, but I feel like we do something similarly online sometimes. During COVID, I spent a lot of time outside an abortion clinic in New York, because of course the abortion clinics weren't closed. And so there would be a group of I think mostly Baptists, and there would be a group of Catholics. And there was this one young man who, when he saw somebody praying the rosary, he would start preaching against Catholics. And I'm like thinking, dude, like there are like 3 of us in this neighborhood who agree on abortion and believe in Jesus Christ. Let's agree to disagree on whatever point you're trying to make right now. That always struck me as like, really? we're in the minority here together. let's show some love, in this place so devoid of love, not to mention the fact, what as these scared girls are going into the clinic, they're having to listen to this guy preaching, right? But I think, sometimes we can do that when we're focusing on some kind of disagreement within one church, within one denomination or ecumenically, people see the worst of us. I was, in fact, I was one example I always think of, and this is a problem on the right. This is a problem on the left. I remember when Pope Francis's Laudato Si, it's encyclical on ecology came out. And I remember my institution I work for, people attacking it. Because there was something about air conditioning regulations. I couldn't care less about air conditioning regulations. But I could overlook it because there was some great beauty in this. And I was looking at it, this was early in his pontificate, and people, mainstream media on the left were like, they didn't know what to make of him, right? And I thought that was a huge opportunity to talk about Jesus Christ, and that encyclical in particular, because you were talking about stewardship and creation, Christina, a moment ago, I thought of it. He almost hit reset and gave this opportunity for us to talk about all of creation, including man and woman and marriage. Let's run with that, because this is seen as a progressive document, which it actually isn't if you can just overlook the air conditioning regulations, which is not the most important debate in our lifetime. We often, I think, because we want to make a point, we can miss these evangelical opportunities, to actually meet people, and find some common ground that sort of makes people take a second look, because it's like, oh wait, you're not saying what I expected you to say.
Yeah, no, that's so true. We missed so many opportunities by doing that. I couldn't agree more. Lexi, do you want to ask the next question? Oh, you're on mute, Lexi.
Thank you. Sorry about that. To everyone listening in, really quickly, we're going to pivot to audience Q&A in just a moment after this next question. So please feel free to drop your questions for our august panel in the Q&A section on the Zoom bar below. And we'll look forward to bringing you into the conversation very shortly. I appreciated what Dan brought up, this concept of imagination just a moment ago. And I wanted to talk, to ask you a question related to the Imago Dei and imagination and creativity for a moment in terms of what it means to be human. The Babylonian creation narrative is called the Enuma Elish. And in this creation, the gods create humankind to be subservient, to be slaves to gods, essentially. Like the gods are complaining that they have to do too much work. And they're like, oh, I have an idea. Let's create this new being called man to do all the stuff for us. We don't have to do the stuff. We could just enjoy life. And I think that's such an interesting story. And of course, that dates back to even beyond when we have the recorded Genesis narrative, Hebrew Bible, but that to put that in dialogue with the notion of what it means to be human that we get from the creation narrative, where mankind was the pinnacle of God's creation, right? He created man on the final day, and he created, bless you, Catherine, but he created man for his delight, for his benefit, for his benefit. Like we don't have an explicit use, right? He's commissioned us to steward the earth and his creation, but we weren't, we're kind of a non-useful entity. We're just for his delight. And again, he created us. And I think that we partake in the image of God. We partake in the imprint of the divine that we have when we create as well. And we talked about this with David French, and we talk about this when we interview Karen Swallows Pryor, and I think that'll be showed just after our panel shortly. But we talked about this notion of creativity and beauty as part of our commission as Christians in the world, not just to make the world better and more beautiful, but also in communing with God and replenishing our soul and rejuvenating us so we can do the difficult thing called life together with others across difference. It's hard work and it depletes our reserves and it's frustrating and vexing so often. So I'd be curious to know, what are your creative outlets and what are the things that you do to restore your soul, replenish your soul, to give you the equanimity and restore the reserves that are so often depleted just being a citizen, being a Christian in the world today?
Well, I know one of the things that I find myself doing, and I don't know that I plan it. I think it's God's providence. I wind up traveling a lot, whether to speak or whatever it winds up being, and seeing the people who are doing wonderful things. It's very easy when you work in media or have to follow these things all the time, or are doing some kind of activism, to be overwhelmed by the darkness. But there's so much light, it just doesn't make the news like the darkness makes the news. And so when I've tried to make it a habit over the last year that, for instance, every time I go somewhere, I visit at least one maternity home or pregnancy care center, and just see the beautiful work that people are doing and the beautiful stories, of resilience and courage. I was at an Aid for Women maternity home just a couple of weeks ago in Chicago, outside Chicago, and just the amazing things that women are capable of when they have someone to walk with them. And it's a constant challenge to me too. This is particularly true when I write about like international persecution, religious persecution. People come up to me and say, "Oh, it's so good of you to, focus on the Iraqi Christians or whatever." No. These people make me a better Christian because they're challenging me. There was this one woman who I didn't interview, but was part of a documentary that someone else did. And she said, "I thank God for ISIS." And you're like, "What?" She said, "Because before I had to think about what was most important in my life, which is Jesus Christ, I took him for granted. I took my faith for granted." And now she's being interviewed in Erbil in essentially a storage unit where she and her family live, but she's giving thanks to God because she has gratitude, because she knows what's most important. And so anyway, the more I focus on real people rather than just, the politics of it, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, Lexi, I want to jump in and circle back to something that you talked about with the different creation narratives that you find throughout, different cultures and different religions. And what really stands apart within the Christian narrative is that we believe and worship a God who didn't create us just to serve and really didn't create us just for his pleasure, but there's relationship, there's a co-laboring within the Genesis to Revelation story, right? And that's part of like what we've been commissioned to do, and that's to steward the earth and to populate it and to subdue it, which can have some of negative connotations in this day and age, but really it's a partnership story. And so I get like teary-eyed, humble, like I'm getting kind of teary-eyed now, thinking about the fact that I serve this God who wants to partner with me. And when I engage the world from that perspective, then it's not a competition. It's not a shouting match. It's not about who is thinking about this right and who is thinking about this wrong. It is about leading people to the feet of Jesus together in community, in partnership, and really trying to just create on earth as it is in heaven, right? And so I think that perspective, I just have to keep coming back to that. And grace to people who don't get it right. I am not going to get it right every time. I probably get it wrong more than I get it right. So just as we extend grace to others, we need that grace ourselves. Anything taken out of context can be, horribly misconstrued. So grace to others and to ourselves. But I think when you come back to that touchstone of truth, right, that we were put here on this earth really to experience relationship with God and to develop relationships with other people, to lead them to the feet of Jesus. It just is such a perspective shift on how we engage others, celebrate others, elevate others. Because really it's this litmus test, right? Of like, hey, are we working for the same kingdom-minded purposes? If so, let's find enough common ground to do this together. Kind of going back to your story, Catherine, about, like we're both really trying to elevate life outside of this abortion clinic, to eliminate the need for abortion, to elevate life. Like if I'm praying on a rosary and you're, over there with a Baptist hymnal, can we find enough common ground to say like we are working for the same kingdom purposes? So yeah, I don't know if that kind of answers the original question about, human flourishing, but realizing that we are humans made in the image of God for relationship is just such a perspective shift for me.
One of my restorative practices is to read Catherine's tweets. But I think this is all good stuff. And I just love, I mean, when you're talking about the uniqueness of the Christian story and the way that it describes humanity, I mean, you're speaking my language. I think, human dignity is one of the best gifts that Christianity gives to the world. And there's concepts of it in other religions and other philosophies, but really the Bible, in my view, has the most robust vision of that. This idea that God spoke all the world into, all of creation into existence, but for humans, he, reached with his hands and crafted humans from the dust of the ground and breathed into humans the breath of life, stamps on them their image, that humans are the crown of his creation. It really shapes the way that we interact in the world. And one of the messages Christianity is telling people is that you are created by a loving creator, and through Jesus, you can have reconciliation with the one who made you. And we're trying to steward our role in the world to care for this world, to steward creation, to work for the common good. And so I think that can shape our politics. And I think we need to engage in politics. We're not saying be above politics. I don't think you can be in a representative republic like ours, where we have a share of power and we have an opportunity to love our neighbor by helping to shape the world our neighbor lives in. But I think the way we do it, the way we go about it, the way we carry ourselves, even if part of our calling means that we're part of one party or another, or if we're, called to speak out on issues, the way we do it, I think, should exemplify that we believe in human dignity.
Mm-hmm. And I would just add on to that to say, in terms of, I don't know if this is what you meant with your original question, Lexi, but just thinking about what others have said, I think it's very restorative to me to step out of the online space, step out of writing my op-eds that I write all the time. Like when Christina and I went to the border with Women of Welcome this year, I mean, that was a really beautiful experience. Like we went to a home that was, or a shelter just for women and pregnant women and their kids. And just to like sit with those women and talk to them, doing that, or like earlier this year, I was helping serve in a pregnancy center, and just meeting the people there, seeing all the good that they're doing. And like, really, I mean, you can't really separate it from policy, but for a moment when you're in that space with real people, you're not thinking about what the congressman down the road is doing right now. You're just thinking about loving these people and doing what's best to them and seeing them for who they are and loving them like Christ. And so for me, I think getting in those real life spaces is super restorative and super empowering, or beneficial to the work I do in writing as well.
And Erica, if I could just add too, one of the things I'm always struck by is sometimes when you go visit a ministry, whether it's pro-life or something else, they're often very small. And at first I find that frustrating. Like, they should have all the resources in the world, but where you are, you serve and you love, and God is not calling you to fix all the problems in the world. And when you're focused on like national media, like I, have to be, and others of us, you can forget that. Like, there's such power in personal virtue and responding to the call, not to be savior of the world, but to love one another,
Yeah, so many, last comment from me, I just wanted to say this, but I just always go back to the fact that, there are a few people that we're going to know their names. But I always think that when I get to heaven, like, the people that are going to have the greatest seats at the table are going to be the names that nobody's ever heard of. And they're just serving quietly in their communities, doing what God's called them to do. And I just think that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
The kingdom of God mostly moves among the people that nobody knows their name. They don't have a book, they don't have a byline, they don't have a podcast, they're not doing panels. And that's what actually restores me. Mm-hmm. When I go to church with ordinary Christians who are not on Twitter, who couldn't tell you the last 15 controversies, the things that people online are freaking out about, the end of democracy, and we're literally shaking. The people in the pews are like, didn't even know it happened, And I think there's something restorative to see the average Christian who's just doing the best they can in their local communities. And this is most of the body of Christ, is mostly ordinary people doing serving well within the local communities.
Yeah, definitely.
Before we turn to audience questions, I wanted to affirm something Erica said about the importance in this context of personal rejuvenation, personal renewal of stepping away from our day-to-day. And one ritual I do is quarterly retreats, where even just 24 hours, stepping out of where you are, that can be really helpful. You can do retreats in your home and just digitally disconnect, but I like to go elsewhere, somewhere close to nature. There's a retreat center close to where I live, just half an hour away. And something about digitally disconnecting is very therapeutic to the soul. And like, I just find just time in prayer and journaling and scripture, that the bonds of the world, just that heaviness dissolve. It's incredible. And I come back into the world just more joyful, feeling like lighter. And then those habits of resilience I shared before that I imperfectly practice of, staying off my phone for the first hour in the morning and journaling and prayer, that kind of maintains that restored priorities and that just sort of tranquility and equilibrium that is so easy to lose if we let the hurried nature, the frenetic pace of our world reign, and just it's easy to lose sight of our priorities, what matters most in life. And so that's something I find incredibly restorative. So thanks for sharing that example in your life recently, Erica. So we have a question. What are some specific steps that we can take to connect with people who have walked away from us because of our Christian and or political beliefs? How can we restore broken relationships? That's a great and timely question I hear, especially in the course of writing my book, The Soul of Civility, just how sad family friendships have just dissolved because of these divisions that seem irreconcilable. People just taking these categorical stances, cutting one another off. Have you guys experienced that? And what advice would you offer people who want to restore and reconcile?
I would say really prioritizing friendship and being willing to take the first step, and being willing to be friends with people. I always feel like in the last 5 years that I'm in this space, and maybe some of you experience it, where I'm friends with two groups of people who will not talk to each other, but I both consider them friends, and the one friend can't understand why I'm friends with the other friends. Like, why do you hang out with him? And I'm telling him, well, this guy's asked the same thing about you, and just trying to maintain that relationship, and maybe find common ground in areas where you can talk about things that you do agree on. And if you're talking about people that have walked away from the faith, I think that's a delicate thing, like really hearing people out, listening to them, trying to be encouraging to them and praying for them to find their way back, and maybe reading Erica's book when it comes out.
I would add to that, scripture is so very clear about reconciliation and unity. It grieved me to see in 2020, kind of 2021, this cancel culture reaction. I mean, we still live in that, and it existed prior to that too. But the idea that, well, we're going to have to disagree, and I'm going to walk away, or I'm going to shut you down, that sort of thing. Like there's really nothing in scripture that validates that perspective. So much in scripture, in fact, negates that and calls us to unity, calls us to reconciliation. But I also want to acknowledge that it has to be a two-way street, that there are going to be times when you have to lovingly let relationships go, right? That's not ever the goal. That's never the heart, and as far as it is within you to be at peace with other people, as scripture tells us, but that there are going to be times when worldviews are so vastly different that your common ground may feel shifty. It may feel so vast that it doesn't feel connected, right? And that's okay. That, the level of community and unity that I feel with a brother and sister in Christ is going to be different than the level of connectivity that I feel with someone who is an atheist, or who is coming from an Islamic perspective, or who, or whatever, fill in the blank with whatever. That doesn't mean that there isn't some semblance of friendship that we can have, or that we couldn't still gather around common good for common good work because of common grace. But I think it's okay to acknowledge that not everybody is going to be lockstep with you, and that is okay. It's the way that you react and you engage, the way that you say, okay, go in peace, and that's all right. That's beautiful too, that there's a level of beauty in that as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's there's a book called I Love You, But I Hate Your Politics by Jeannie Safer, who's a psychiatrist. And one of the points that she makes is that, and she's more left, and she's married to Rick Burkeiser, one of my colleagues at National Review. They're able to have a wonderful relationship, even though they disagree on things, because there's more to life than politics. And so, she gives like practical suggestions, like you go to the barbecue with the family members who disagree with you on politics. And sometimes, like if you work at National Review, that's really hard to hide, but you talk about your summer vacations, you talk about your love for cooking, you talk about other things. And it's particularly if we're talking about someone who's left the church, by the love, that you show them, maybe you can be an instrument to slowly, help them turn back, help them see that the church isn't just this thing that they disagree with, or this person that hurt them, that there's more to the story.
Thank you guys so much. I wish we had more time for questions, but we've got to end the panel here. And I know there were a couple other questions. So I would just encourage everyone to reach out to those of us on the panel. I'm sure all of us would be happy to converse with you on Twitter or email, whatever. You can find us all on all the places. If you just Google our names, they're out there. And we will also be providing a follow-up email to everyone with all of everyone's information. So thank you so much to our panel. I think you guys had so much good stuff to say, really edifying, really good stuff. So appreciate you being here, and thanks again.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much for putting this together. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, ladies.
All right, and for those watching, I am going to scoot down and share my screen, and we're going to get back to our next interview. So enjoy. Well, hey, everyone, I want to welcome Lisa Fields to the program today. Lisa is the founder of the Jude 3 Project. And Lisa, tell us just a little bit about yourself and your organization.
Yeah, Lisa Fields, lead the Jude 3 Project. Just recently moved to the DC area. The Jude 3 Project is a Christian apologetics organization focusing on helping Black Christians specifically know what they believe and why they believe it. We do this in a number of ways, through curriculum, through conferences, through multimedia, documentaries, etc.
Okay, cool. And so what year did you found it?
In 2014.
2014. Okay, what led you to think this was a need?
Yeah, so it really was my undergrad experience. I had a crisis of faith. In undergrad, I took a New Testament course. Thought it would be like Sunday school as an elective. It was not. Our textbook was Bart Ehrman, who is a New Testament scholar.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And so he's definitely not a Christian. So it rocked my world. And I struggled with like what I believed and if I should continue to be a Christian. My father introduced me to apologetics, got immersed in apologetics, but didn't see anybody like me in apologetics. And so wanted to curate a space or create an organization that helped bridge that gap for the African-American context within apologetics.
Mm-hmm. That's so cool to hear, just because I have a similar passion recently in that I've really gotten into apologetics in the past couple of years, partially, in response to seeing so many friends, family members that have gone through deconstruction or have, kind of like lost their faith because of things like similar to what you went through. And so I love seeing sort of this resurgence of apologetics. I feel like there are more organizations that are being formed, or just more conversations that are being had, and people getting educated in ways that they haven't before. So I totally love that. Now you host a number of different things. So one of the things that you do is you host these things called Courageous Conversations that feature prominent Black scholars from different theological perspectives. And you know, these theological differences, sometimes, I don't know if you do a lot of Twitter, but man, it gets crazy on Twitter. But why do you think it's so important that you're offering the theology from a wide variety of views?
Yeah, because I think we all live with blind spots. And if we're with people that if we're in spaces with people who have our same blind spots, they're not going to be able to help us see them. And it's usually when we're taken out of the places that make us comfortable that our beliefs are challenged. And the challenges shouldn't take away our convictions, but strengthen them if they're biblical convictions that are based in truth. Truth only gets strengthened when challenged. It can't be destroyed when challenged, because it is the truth.
Oh, that's such a good point.
If what you believe is true, it should be able to stand up to scrutiny. And so I believe that a faith that can't be tested can't be trusted. And so we should constantly be putting the things that we think are true under a microscope. And I believe putting them in spaces with people who think differently should help strengthen and refine that belief. And I also think it's a reflection of, it's an outworking of love to be able to sit with a person who doesn't share your convictions and be able to speak to them with respect and still hold your conviction, but still engage them with truth and love. Yeah,
that's such a good point. And you can say that about, even if we're talking beyond theology, just, you know, general issues of truth, you know, these days. I think that's such an important point. Now, faith and politics these days, like, you really can't avoid them overlapping in some way, like sometimes in really negative ways. And believers in the past, I don't know, 5-6 years, I mean, there's been a lot of division, just for all kinds of different reasons. Just from your perspective, you know, looking at this from someone that, you know, is in this space a little bit here, how do you think we can find a way to stay unified even as we have all of these different perspectives?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be easy. I think unity is something that doesn't happen without kind of war, in a sense. And I'm not talking about, you know, going to war but people have to know where you stand in order to have unity, or you suppress your identity to accommodate others, which isn't unity. That is more uniformity. And so I think true unity is people being able to stand in their convictions, stand on their beliefs, and find some way to work together. I don't think we have a lot of examples of that in our culture. And I think that's why it's hard to model, because there's just so few people doing that. And I think because of social media, people struggle to say things directly to people or to hold their convictions in person. They feel more comfortable behind the screen.
Yeah, I agree. It's made people shameless sometimes, like overly bold sometimes. But I mean, it seems like you're doing this in a sense, like you're bringing together these different perspectives. And I mean, those can be pretty deep sometimes when we're talking about faith issues. And we're doing this summit for this interview series. We're talking about civility and, you know, the combination of all of these things together. So when you hear that word civility, what comes to mind for you? And do you think it's an important concept for Christians to be living out?
Yeah, when I think of civility, I think of Jesus. You know, I think about how it must have felt to be Jesus for the first 30 years of his life, to hear people talking about him, or to talking about God, which Jesus got in the flesh, be talking about God and having probably misrepresenting God or misunderstanding, and him not taking on every battle, but taking a posture of listening and trying to build a relationship with people when he had the answer. But he understood time. He understood the proper perspective, that it wasn't his time to show people that he was God in the flesh yet. So he just was on earth for 30 years, living and dwelling amongst us, seeing what it's like to be us. And I think civility is a real incarnational ministry in which you understand that you don't have to necessarily, just because you know the right answer, say that at that moment. That you can enter in conversation and listen and get to know people and build rapport. And I think that creates civility and mutual respect.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Like you don't have to say, like, just, you don't have to always have to tell someone you think they're wrong. You don't always have to say your opinion right away. Like, you know, it's like, what is the, I'm trying to think of a quote. It's not coming to my head, but just about being quiet, basically. Like keeping your mouth shut there for a little bit, being a listener, seeing where people are coming from. I love your description of that. Now you started this organization in 2014. A lot has happened since then. That's kind of, I feel like I mean, obviously things have always been, you know, politics has always been crazy, but I just feel like there's been a, you know, an even crazierness since then. How have you seen things change, just looking at it from your perspective now? What's changed? What's getting better? What's getting worse? Do you have any thoughts on what's going to happen in the future?
Yeah, I think the thing that's getting worse are we that we're leaning into extremes. So we lean into extremes to double down on our positions, but we also lean into extremes to demonize our opposition. And so we take the worst example of our opposition and use that to create a narrative that sometimes doesn't speak to where the majority of people are. And so the arguments and the responses just are to extremes and not to where most people find themselves somewhere in the middle. But the extremes are the loudest. And so the extremes end up coming up with solutions that aren't reflective of the majority. And so I think that's what continues to get worse, that the people that want civility start being quiet, and the people that want unrest just turn the volume up. And I think that's one of the greatest challenges that I'm seeing, and it continues to get worse.
Outside of your organization, like, do you see anyone doing it well? Do you see anyone that's working on that to make the middleman, I guess, middle ground people like more vocal, more visible?
Yeah, so I think Justin Giboney in the AND campaign is doing a great job.
I'm going to be chatting with him. I love Justin.
Yeah, so I sit on the board of the AND campaign, and so I'm just excited about the work that Justin is doing, calling for civility, calling for conviction and compassion. And so I'm just thankful for him and his hard work and diligence. And I think AND campaign is a prime example of that work. Also, my friend Michael Ware, he's doing great work in this space. So I think people are trying to gain traction in this space. And I think those two, Justin and Michael has a newer organization as well. I'm excited for what they're able to do in the future.
Yes, I love the AND campaign. I love listening to their podcast and just getting Justin's wisdom on so many things. Really, I always tell people, you got to listen to this. Like, this is the one podcast on like politics and faith, like that really gets it. So I'm with you on that. And then I also wanted to ask you, I'm very personally interested. I saw you had this series called Why I Don't Go, about not going to church. And I don't remember if I mentioned this, but I actually have a book coming out next month. It's called Reason to Return: Why Women Need the Church and the Church Needs Women. And a lot of that is a lot of research I've done on like why people are leaving church and like why the local church matters. And so when I saw this series, I was like, oh, I have to ask her about this. So where did your idea for this come from? And like, what have you learned from it?
Yeah, so it was really just a series of conversations I've had with peers who no longer come to church, no longer go to church. And I was like, what if I curated a space that was on camera that people could see? Because people connect with stories. They see the stats of people leaving the church, but they connect with stories and individuals and hearing their story on camera and roundtable discussions is very powerful.
Yeah.
And I said, what if I just listen to them for an hour? I don't try to respond and give them reasons why they should come to church. I just listen to their story. And so it was really my best friend, Corey Porter, who curated the questions for me to help me to, because she worked with a lot of campus ministry, and she was better at it than me as it relates to engaging. And so she curated 5 questions for me that helped me really be able to kind of open them up. And they listened. I mean, I listened to them, and I really heard like what they had to say. And then we did they were like, for the first season, we did the listening part first. And then they were like, well, we want some questions answered from you. And so we came back and filmed the Q&A. And I brought along 2 other apologists with me to answer their questions. And they really enjoyed that. And I realized that people are more open to listen to you when you listen to them first.
Oh yeah, that's such a great point.
And when we were answering their questions, they were like, oh, reconsidering faith, reconsidering the Bible, reconsidering church, because I gave them a space to be heard. And then they had a space to get their questions answered. And so we did a Jacksonville series, because I'm from Jacksonville and I lived there for most of my life. And then we did a DC series, and we're going to do a Seattle series. And the goal is to do them in every major city, because every region has kind of a different feel as to what what people are thinking,
right?
Why they turn away. I think I'm excited about that.
I love it. Do you have your Q&As on your YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go watch those. I'm very curious what they asked you. What is there anything that stands out to you that you were surprised by, or anything that you've learned from listening to them?
You know, one of the things that was a question that came that I asked them, because this was a thought. This wasn't the question my friend gave me, but it was a thought after hearing older people talk about why younger people don't go. And I said, you know, a lot of older people say you don't go because you want to sin. So you left church so you could sin in peace. And when the guy said, I was sinning while I was at church. I didn't need to leave church to sin.
Right.
It was like I left because stuff started. He had some abusive leaders. His questions weren't being answered. He felt like he had to check his brain at the door. He was like, I feel like it's negligent and irresponsible to say I left just because I wanted to sin.
Yeah. Well, we're all sinning there.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And so I thought that was really insightful. One girl said that she spent her whole life in church. We actually posted this on our social, this clip. She spent her whole life in church, and she doesn't know if she gained anything from it. Like, she still doesn't know how to engage other faiths, like how to give a defense for Christianity. And I think a lot of people are there. They spent their life and they're like, still don't know what Christianity is.
And you're like, welcome to Jude 3 Project.
Yeah.
I got some stuff to share with you.
Yeah. So I think those things, you know, are insightful, and I think helpful for people to know, because they have a lot of assumptions, but they don't go back and listen or interview the people that left. They sometimes get offended or feel like, you know, God help them, or, you know, whatever, right. But they don't go back and do that. I like to say it's like quality control. When you're in corporate, they're doing this, like, it's, so, I think the church could do a better job at that. Yeah,
I agree. And I like I said, when I saw your series, I was immediately like, this is such a good idea. I'm so glad she did this. Just from your perspective, you know, what would you say about why, you know, being a member of a church or a local church is important, or what would you have to say about that today?
Yeah, I think it provides community. It's not just about getting the word and growing. Obviously, you grow in discipleship, but we cannot grow as Christians without other Christians. And it was interesting. The first question we asked is why if to be a part of community, to leave a community, you had to be a part of the community. Is there anything you liked about be a church. And every single person said the community. And part of the reason they left was community. But speaks to the fact that community is hard over time. Because we're all human beings and we're all going to frustrate each other over time. And so I think we cannot be mature Christians without other Christians.
Yeah.
And that's why the church is important. You can read the Bible in isolation, you can pray in isolation, but you will not grow as a disciple without the community of believers. Because there are some things, some growth that you need that can only be found in community with others. And so you will always be stunted in your growth without other people to help you see the things in you that you miss.
All right. I love that. You had so many good little words there that I want to remember. Thank you so much, Lisa. How can people get involved if they want to be a part of Jude 3?
Yeah, they can get involved by going to our website, jude3project.org, or following us on all social media at Jude3Project.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, and I loved hearing about what you do.
Thank you, Erica. I enjoyed it.
Well, hey, everyone. I am now talking with Bonnie Christian. She is the author of this book that I have right here, Untrustworthy: The Knowledge Crisis Breaking Our Brains, Polluting Our Politics, and Corrupting Christian Community. She's also a columnist for Christianity Today and The Week. I'm saying that right? I was like, is it this week or The Week?
You are saying it right, though. Actually, I left there in May, so not anymore.
Okay.
But I was for a very long time.
Yeah.
That was sort of like my home base. Yeah.
I was going to say, I was reading in your book that you had written for them for like 10 years or something, right?
Almost, yeah. I think it came out to like just shy of 7 or 8. So yeah, quite a while, but haven't been there for a few months now.
Well, lots of writing in your career. And when I went to Twitter to say, like, who are women that can speak on the intersection of faith, politics, and civility, your name came up right away from quite a few people. And judging from the title of this book, that makes a lot of sense. And I've seen a lot of your work online just talking about the intersection of these things. So tell us just a little bit about yourself, I guess, and how did you get into writing about this stuff?
Sure, yeah. So I knew from like quite young that I wanted to write for a living, and I would say by like high school, I had just like narrowed in on journalism, having come to accept that I was really bad at fiction. And so after college, I spent a few years in DC working at some political nonprofits where we knew each other then, right?
Yeah, I was trying to remember,
yeah, like
how
a little
did
bit.
we meet at some point? I think, where did you work again?
You were at Heritage then, I believe,
Yeah.
and I was at Young Americans for Liberty at the time.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah.
And so, there was a lot of good about that, but I realized like if I wanted to write about ideas more than like come to our happy hour, which I did.
A lot of that in DC.
There is a lot of that, yeah, that I would probably need another degree. And so we moved out to Minnesota for me to go to seminary. And it was while I was in seminary that I started like slowly building up a mostly freelance journalism portfolio. As we already discussed, I was mainly at The Week for a long time, but at other places as well. And then I did my first book in 2018, good Lord. And then this book this year. And yeah, so it was at The Week, but also at Christianity Today and elsewhere that I started writing about the themes that show up in Untrustworthy. And that wasn't really sort of a deliberate thing to begin with. It was sort of just driven by what was happening in the news. And gradually I started to sort of see them as a connected thing, part of a bigger picture, bigger story, and something that I thought would be worthwhile to write about it in a format that people care about, hopefully for more than like 2 days, which is about the lifespan of a lot of things that I write. So yeah, here we are.
Okay, so one thing I've keep hitting on is that it seems like so much has changed since 2016. I don't know if it was Donald Trump, but he seems to be part of it in terms of how we all navigate this space. I think for me, at least, I saw a great divide like I had never seen before on the right and within the Christian community. How have you seen that change and morph since then? And is it in a new place now, in a different place now than it has been before?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think one word that I've used about what's happened in since like roughly 2016 is that it's something of an apocalypse in the sense of like an unveiling. Like, and I think in many cases what we're seeing was already there to some degree, and not to say that like Trump or other important figures or developments didn't encourage it and help it along, but I think there was some sense in which it sort of these people in terms of event revealed what was already there, sort of maybe restrained by different like norms of what's polite and what's appropriate. And but it's not that it wasn't there underneath the whole time, if that makes sense. But I do think that the technological changes that we've had in the last 20, 30 years, especially in like the news media space, are a really big factor, and something that I talk a lot about in the book. Essentially just the amount of time and like mental energy and space that we spend on politics and on these very contentious issues has so enormously increased, even compared to a decade ago. You know, like in 2012, I don't remember if I had a smartphone yet. That might have been the year I got one, but even then it wasn't the way it is now, right? Where like any moment you have 2 seconds in the line at the grocery store, you have your phone out. And I think just that massive increase in the quantity of information, and like many of it, like some of it really contentious, a lot of it making major truth claims, that's coming at us all day long, every day. We don't know how to handle that. We don't, like, our brains are like physical brains are struggling to handle it. Like socially, we don't know how to handle it. Intellectually, we don't know how to handle it. And we're seeing the fruits of that, just like deep incapacity to deal with what's coming at us.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely had those moments where, you know, maybe I am in line at the grocery store and I open up Twitter or something, and like I'm all of a sudden irritated. I'm all of a sudden, you know, feeling upset about something where I'm like, if I had just not opened it, I wouldn't even know about this particular tweet that's making me angry, that's going around. And so I totally agree with you on that. And I loved your point in the early part of your book when you were talking about the yard signs. You talk about the infamous yard sign that we've all seen about, you know, I believe in this house, we believe that science is real, love is love, etc. And how that sort of brought like Twitter to the neighborhood. And that's not a great thing. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I find them really fascinating, and I still do. So when I first heard about that, we were living in the Twin Cities, in just a deep, deep blue neighborhood. And those yard signs were everywhere. You could hardly go down a block without having multiples of them. And so I was curious because, like, I don't know, like when I was 21, I had like some bumper stickers on my car, but when that car died, like it never occurred to me that I would keep that going, or like that I would put a political sign in my yard, especially not like outside of election season, right? Like this is a permanent thing. And so I interviewed people in my neighborhood, like through Facebook and stuff. And was like, you know, can you tell me about why you do this? And it was very much about like wanting to signal their identity and like show that they're good people. But it was also sort of intended in some cases as something like they didn't use this word, but like a warning, of like, you know, we want to show what we don't like as much as what we do like. Like one woman told me, I asked a question about like, well, what if you had like friends or family or somebody who didn't agree with this, and, you know, they come to your house and they see this, like, how do you handle that? And her answer was like, well, I don't know that anybody would be welcome in my home who doesn't agree with this. And so I just found this super interesting and wrote about it. And then we moved to Pennsylvania, not this past summer, but the summer before, and it's much more purple. And so there's still a lot of yard signs, but they're more mixed, right? Like you have more politically conservative ones as well, or they're like Christian, but very clearly like using Christian symbolism, but clearly intending to communicate a political message. And so I haven't similarly interviewed people here, but it's interesting to see sort of that broader spectrum of that need to broadcast our politics in our physical spaces in a way that's honestly pretty confrontational, and especially thinking about it as someone moving to a new neighborhood. Like on my particular block here, maybe there's one sign, if that, but like it would be more difficult, I think, to get to know my neighbors if like we were putting up these conflicting signs, you know, and to go to them and try to like it's awkward if you're the person with the in this house we believe sign and your neighbor has some like clearly much further right-wing sign and you got to like roll up with the plate of cookies, right? Like that's it just creates a barrier, I think, to sort of like normal functional real life community that I for all the like reporting I've done on it and thinking about it, I still don't really understand why people decide that that is worth it to put up that barrier.
Yeah, I remember in election season, last election, 2020, my neighbor put up a massive Trump sign, like it wasn't a sign, it was a flag. And I was like, oh boy, like, because up until that point in my cul-de-sac, I really didn't know people's politics. And I was kind of happy about that. I didn't really want to know their politics. But then my other neighbors, kind of in response to that, they put up a big Black Lives Matter flag. And so all of a sudden,
like escalatory.
Our cul-de-sac felt really weird and awkward.
Yeah. You get into like an arms race, I think. And, once probably we would have felt that it was rude to start something like that, I think, if it wasn't sort of already like the local culture. But now, like, that's gone. And people just go for it. And like, it's hard to argue against to some degree because people say like, well, doesn't it matter who's president, or like, don't you care about how Black people are being treated in America? It's like, yes, but perhaps something is also being lost by putting this out there.
Right, by leading with politics first, by having that be the lens through which you view all people, without the very layered and like nuanced concepts of all of our lives, which is true, that's the case. When it comes to civility, that almost seems like a lost art or an old term these days. How do you see that as intersecting with all of this?
I think it's a big part of it. I think it's something that in some cases is sort of just forgotten, or in a lot of cases at this point is and this is on left and right alike, is really just outright dismissed as something that's an impediment to whatever the bigger project is, right? Like, the idea that, I don't know if civility is the favored word, but I've definitely read specific arguments from the left about like, this is just a way to gatekeep essentially who's allowed to speak and, to crowd out voices that maybe are a little bit unconventional or maybe like speaking hard truths. And then from the right, the version of it is something like, this is just something that the elite care about, that they're using to silence the people, and they're so easily offended, they're snowflakes, so they want you to be civil, that sort of thing. And yeah, I think that's a difficult shift to reverse once it happens, because it is easier to sort of toss that out and say we have these other things going on, we don't have time for that, or that's an impediment, or that's perpetuating injustice. But I think there was a good reison why that was something we cared about once, right? I mean, I know I don't have to sell you on that. But I think, I don't know, there are certainly examples in history of societies sort of moving back towards civility, or towards greater like interest in nuance and care for how we speak to one another. I don't know how you make that happen from scratch.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think having these conversations, I think we've got, a lot of the people we're interviewing for this event are some of those middle ground voices that are not afraid to say this is how it should be done, despite the pushback they're getting. And I think the more that we can elevate that kind of talk, the better. We know that the news, that politicians like always make, the loudest racket, because like whatever makes the news, it's all this horrible cycle in terms of the news websites and TV stations and how they get traffic, make money. You wrote about that. And then also just what outrages people. I mean, even having worked in political nonprofits and places like that, and sending out the emails, you've probably maybe seen some of that. When you're sending out emails and trying to get donations, trying to get email addresses and rile people up. I mean, it is really shameless sometimes what people are willing to put in there. And so we need more people on board with this. I liked in your intro, you had this sentence that I wrote down. She invited them to look away from their screens and out into the world to remember the goodness in their lives, the ordinary hopes and joys never written into the cable news narrative. And I thought that was so beautiful, because we are so siloed into our phones and into the news and what is happening. And I don't know, I mean, do you think COVID made that worse?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have just the sheer fact of like being home and having time to fill for like certainly like the more like white collar like laptop class people, right? Like the people who are going to be spending a lot of time on this in many cases, but even for folks who are just like sitting and watching cable in their living room, like there was nowhere to go, right? Like in many places, like what else were you going to do? So I think that did exacerbate things. And then of course, once habits are set, it's hard to break them and to go back and sort of like, it's like the intellectual version of like trying to drag yourself back to exercising in the spring, right?
Right.
That's a hard thing to reverse. And so, yeah, I think COVID was part of it, but I think we were also trending that way already. Like there is other data that I think I mentioned in the book that suggests that even as people's trust in media has declined, their consumption has gone up. And in some cases, that's going to be like, people saying, well, the stuff that I'm consuming is trustworthy, right? And it's the other stuff I don't trust. But in other cases, it is people like watching everything and reading things with sort of a general cynicism, but they still keep coming back for more.
You said it. You said the trust has gone down, but the consumption has gone up. And so how does that make sense?
It's like, yeah, it doesn't. But I mean, like I said, I think in some cases we'll rationalize about like, well, I'm picking the good stuff. But in a lot of cases, I think it's just, even if we know it's not great, it's appealing. And this is sort of like the audience version, or it's exciting, or it's enraging, or it, really hypes up our fears. And this is like the audience version of like what you were describing on the email side, where there's like, you maybe know it's not the best, right? But you have the data showing that it works. And that has like a very like knowledge of good and evil feel of like, I know this will get clicks, so I'm going to go with that. And then on the audience side, like, I know this isn't great for me, but I can't look away. And those just like feed into each other back and forth.
Yeah, I remember I got a job offer once. This was probably, years ago, probably 2017, maybe, I don't even remember. It was a long time ago, but it was politically based, and they were offering me like a lot of money. And I remember I was like, I can't do it. Like, I just can't do it. And so we've got to have a backbone. I think like people of character, like it matters to be able to say no to things that are wrong. I mean, that's basic, common human decency, but I think we lose that, and we've lost that in some ways. So I had a question that kind of just came to me before we popped on here. I know that you talk a lot about QAnon conspiracy theories in the book, which I actually don't know that much about myself, but I know that they're there and you're talking about them. And so I'm wondering, how do you deal civilly with people who really buy into the conspiracy theories, but they're also your fellow Christians and your fellow neighbors? Like, how do you balance that?
I mean, so the biggest recommendation that I came to sort of unwillingly, because it's very unsatisfying in a lot of ways, is basically just you can't argue with them about that stuff, like to the point of unless you're years deep into a relationship with someone, and like there's a already established like trust and respect for one another, and they come to you clearly like interested in discussing and like sincerely asking like, what do you think about this? Not let me prove this to you, or like let me show you why you're wrong. Unless there's that true willingness for conversation on both sides in that kind of relationship, I think it's just a waste of everyone's time to try to talk about it. So I would say for the most part, don't try to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because the way that things like QAnon and a lot of modern like conspiracy theorizing works is there's really not that much of a theory. It's not really about like setting out this elaborate proof and like getting classified government documents and carefully making the case piece by piece. Like it's not the red string and the charts on the wall and stuff, right? It's just sort of like allegations and innuendo, and you can't argue with that. And frequently there will be just such a sheer volume of claims that anyone who has like a normal amount of like job and life commitments and like children to care for, you just can't. And even if you did go down and say like, all right, I'm going to one by one go down your list and like explain what's wrong with these claims, there's an endless font of more claims. And so the idea that you're going to argue someone out of that, like no matter how civil and careful you are, you're just not. And to go back to that line you quoted from the opening, I think far more worthwhile of your time is to be building the relationship in like other non-political, more normal ways, like talk about other things, do other things together, because for them and just as much for you, like any hour that you're spending just like having a normal meal together, like that's an hour that you're not spending going deep into internet rabbit holes, and then that's a win for both of you.
Yeah, and I don't know what I'm trying to say with this, but just like if someone dies being a QAnon conspiracy theorist, like their life is no less valuable, whether or not you convince them they were wrong. And so like kind of looking at people as the whole picture, I think it reminds me of this podcast I listened to. Have you ever heard of Heavyweight?
Mm-mm.
Well, I highly recommend that to everyone. It's Gimlet Media. Anyway, they go into these stories of people that, you start to see them as one way in the beginning. And then by the end of the episode, it's like they've drawn a whole life picture of who this person is. Like, even if they are say, maybe they are like a racist or something like that. But at the end of the day, like you are able to see the whole of that person, their life, maybe why they came to be the way that they are. And just because someone's wrong doesn't necessarily mean, they're not worth being in a relationship with. And I think so many times that is discounted these days when it comes to these political issues kind of invading.
And I also think that in terms of like the people that we think of as like, oh, his brain is really broken by politics, or like, he's just really off the deep end. I read so many accounts from like people, especially people whose loved ones have really gotten into QAnon, but also, other varieties. And there's so frequently a theme of like loneliness being a part of it. Like that the reason some of this stuff is so appealing and the reason people go in as deep as they do is because they're finding like a community around it online and they're making friends. And so I think just like the simple act of being in that relationship with them, you're not pushing back on detail by detail, but you're providing that community outside of just that one like often poisonous political space.
Definitely. The last thing I want to ask you about is the church. My book that's coming out, Reason to Return, is about the church and the positive aspects that it brings to our lives, specifically as women, but as people in general. And the church has we've also seen division there, but I think there are also a lot of churches that we don't hear about that are still a really grounding, good space, a healthy space where we're meeting with people and we're not talking politics. I can say that from my perspective, at least my church, we don't do that, and we haven't had any problems with it. And I know that's not everyone's story. I hear that now.
The drilling in the bathroom. Yeah. Sorry about that.
All right. Hey guys, we got to do what we got to do. We're busy moms here. We got to do it when we can do it. But what
Zoom is asking me if I'm playing music, which not quite.
I know, I was doing that to me earlier. But what are your thoughts on how the church can be a healthy space? And I will also say and add to that, just in that comment, is that if you don't feel that your church is that healthy space, like you can leave, you can go somewhere else. And I think that's something that people don't realize sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I think your point that there are so many places, so many churches that are already healthy is a really good corrective, because of course those aren't, nobody's writing a news story about those churches. There's nothing to report there, right? Like it's just normal stuff. And so it is often like the worst case scenarios that we hear about, especially like from afar. As far as how churches can be healthy. I always come back to this line that I heard from repeatedly from pastors while I interviewed, or while I was researching this book, people I interviewed, just like in other people's reporting on social media, unprompted. And it stuck with me because it was so strange, like how almost word for word it was. And it was always to the effect of like, as a pastor, I get people an hour or two a week, but whatever it is, their like favorite media outlet, Fox or MSNBC or Facebook or Twitter, whatever their drug of choice, that's getting them for 10, 15, 20, 30 hours a week. And I can't compete with that.
I've heard that, yeah.
And I think like church as a place where we are spending time together, like that time alone is part of discipleship and part of learning to follow Jesus together. And so, you know, you're never going to spend 20 hours a week listening to sermons, right? But you might spend 20 hours a week like hanging out with people and having dinners and doing, and, you know, some portion of that will be like formal church programming, but not the bulk of it. And so I think building up that thick community life is a really big, important thing that churches can be doing, that congregations can be doing it, and something that is not all on the pastor to do by himself, right? Like that's something that the congregation as a whole, it's a shared responsibility and something that we all take part in. And inevitably, I think when you're organizing that around church life, a big portion of that will involve some degree of like more explicit theological conversation and thinking about what is true. And that isn't much like with what we were saying about conspiracy theories. Like it's not going to be like a point for point refutation of wrong things that you saw on the news that day or whatever, or on Facebook or what have you. But it's more that exposure to truth over time, repeatedly, in that good communal context should help you to develop a feel for it and to be able to sort of instinctively, in many cases, recognize something seems a little off here, or, you know, that does sound truthful, much in the way that you can feel the difference between like different types of fabric. It's not something you can maybe easily articulate, but generally speaking, your feel for it becomes a pretty good guide.
Yeah, that's a really super interesting way of saying it, because I feel like I've been in this political world for so long that it's easy for me to recognize when something seems off, but that is not the case for many people. And so it's worth intentionally pursuing ways to start recognizing that, and just to acknowledge that, you know, this is present. I think they can start by reading your book. I think that would be a good start. You know, they'll get some good knowledge there. Well, Bonnie, thank you so much for sharing with us today. I really appreciate your perspective. I can't wait to finish your book. If people want to get in touch with you or buy the book, can you tell them how they can do that?
Yeah, so the book should be available anywhere books are sold. If you do buy it directly from my publisher, it would be, I think it's like bakerbookhouse.com. If you search Baker Books, you'll find it. It's frequently like at a discount and with free shipping, and there's an advantage of not having so many like supply chain things. Apparently people are having trouble getting books from Amazon promptly sometimes. So that's a good option specifically. And then as far as finding me, I do have a Substack, which has mostly been about like the book and related themes so far, and that's bonniechristian.substack.com, and I'm also on Twitter.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra Hudson with Civic Renaissance, and I am here today with Karen Swallow Pryor, and I'm thrilled to have you here. Thank you for being here, Karen.
It's great to be with you.
So Karen has her PhD and is a research professor of English and Christianity and Culture at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary. She is the author of Booked: Literature and the Soul of Me, and Fierce Convictions: The Extraordinary Life of Hannah More, Poet, Reformer, Abolitionist, and On Reading Well: Finding the Good Life Through Great Books, which I own. And also, she's the co-editor of cultural engagement, a crash course in contemporary issues, and has contributed to numerous other books. She is the host of the popular podcast Jane and Jesus and is a monthly column for Religious News Service. Her writings have appeared at Christianity Today, The Atlantic, The Washington Post, First Things, Vox, Relevant, Think Conservative, The Gospel Coalition, Books and Culture, and many other places. And I think you have another book in the works, The Evangelical Imagination. Is that correct? And what's the subtitle of that book, just so our listeners know?
Yeah, no, those tricky subtitles, they're long. It's The Evangelical Imagination, How Metaphors, Images, and Stories Created a Culture in Crisis.
Excellent. And that's coming out August 10th, you said, with Braza?
August 8th of this year. Yes, we're in 2023. So we had
yes. But it's available for pre-order for people to
yes, it is. And for anybody out there who, authors, this, pre-orders help. So
yes, they do. They absolutely do. I'm in that phase as well. So everyone go get the book, everyone. So Karen, your work is at the intersection of creativity, literature, art, the imagination, and culture, and yet you're a voice on public life and civility today, and the church today. What do you see as the intersection of your passions, those things that you're known for, the things that you write about, that you are a voice for, and church, civility, and public life?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a lot. And I guess, I think of myself as someone who, my primary spiritual gift is prophecy. So I tend to see things actually in black and white, and tend to just need to have this need to proclaim truth. I see truth, I want to proclaim it. And that's very much at odds, I think, with what we think about when we think about art and imagination, literature, which tend to be sort of in the gray and sort of nuanced. And so I think each kind of balances me out. I think my natural tendency is maybe to see this sort of the world in more black and white terms, but a life immersed in literature and reading and loving art and beauty has kind of balanced that out. And so I feel like I can understand and see both sides. I can see people who are, strongly opinionated and really believe, that they must proclaim the truth at all costs. And I just love learning, listening, seeing the world through other eyes, and helping that to, for me to see the world in a different way. I think art and literature does that for us.
That's a great insight. I think like your self-awareness that you have this tendency, this default aspect of your nature to see the world in, these dichotomies, right? Black and white, good and evil, right versus wrong. And I think we all do, especially, and it's easy to see that we all do in these divided days where, we're essentialized, we're reduced. It's like everything in the world around us and people are, reduced to who they voted for, or, their political valence in some way. And that is enough to make, it's like everything in the news today is like a Rorschach test. You could take, I remember there was one time, a very tragic instance of the burning of Notre Dame. And yet I looked at coverage of it, and people on the political right made it a political thing. And people on the political left were, said, this is why we need more government funding for beautiful works of art, right? Like it's like something just can't just be a tragedy and sad. It's like, no, everything has to be channeled, seen through the prism of our predispositions about the world and our politics specifically. And I love that you said you turned to the sublime, you turn to the beautiful, you turn to literature to help cultivate that nuance. So what are some works of art or novels or books that have done that for you specifically, helped you to kind of transcend that black and white era that we and tendency in nature, but that era that we find ourselves in?
Wow, that's such a good question. And there are so many, but the first one that comes to my mind is Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. Austen is one of my favorites. And what's interesting about Austen, I think one of the things that resonates with me so much is Austen is, and people who just know the movies don't realize this, Austen is a satirist. So she writes these comedies of manners, these social satires, and satire actually depends on kind of a very sharp sense of right and wrong and black and white, right? Because the satire is a critique. But her satire is so gentle, and this is really what comes out more in the movies, her satire is so gentle and so well-rounded. I mean, she's satirizing everyone. And even Elizabeth Bennet, who is clear, like everyone loves Elizabeth Bennet. Everyone, you know, admires her, loves her, respects her. Her father does, all of those things. We're supposed to love Elizabeth Bennet, but Elizabeth Bennet is actually very much corrected by her author, her narrator. Elizabeth Bennet, as admirable as she is actually ends up being, you know, very devastatingly wrong. And so a book like that just helps us to see all of these different angles. We see the mother's angle. We laugh at Mrs. Bennet. We sympathize with Mrs. Bennet. We think Mr. Bennet is really funny, but he's actually kind of a negligent father. If we're paying attention, he's really not as admirable as on the surface. So that novel alone is one that I think does what we just talked about, like just helps us to see the world through so many different perspectives, and to not just immediately trust the first one that seems right to us, to question it. So that's one. I don't know how long you want me to go on, but
I love it. I love it. It reminds me of this insight that Steven Pinker popularized about the rise of the advent of the printing press, but specifically the advent of the novel being this tool that cultivated widespread empathy in readers, because all of a sudden we are confronted with breadth and dynamism of the human experience, and it gets us outside of our own head and our own limited experience, and allows us to see things from other people's perspectives, like walking in the footsteps literally of, you know, if you're a man, if you can see things from a woman's perspective or some different socioeconomic perspective, but just again that practice of getting outside of ourselves and into the footsteps, into the perspective of others, being this huge boon for our empathy muscles. And they are muscles, right? They're things that have to be cultivated and exercised and maintained. And so I really appreciate that. And how you said that Austen's a satirist. It reminds me of the role of humor and nuance, and we've kind of lost it. We're so serious in the world today. Do you think there's a role of like levity and joy? What's the role of like levity and joy? I've been really kind of I love that passage in the book of John. Like you've come so that we can have life and have it more abundantly. Like we're promised abundance, we're promised a good life and a joyful life. Christ's first miracle is turning water into wine so the party could go on, so the party can end prematurely. You know, do you think that we've lost sort of that vision of the good life and that sort of joy de vivre that is as a promise to us as Christians? But do we see that in our public life? Are we all too serious and joyless, humorless?
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe we've lost the ability. I mean, you know, finding joy is kind of like any other muscle that needs to be exercised. And you know, as much as I love satire, there is, you know, when we get steeped in it too much, we just want to mock, and we want to make ourselves feel better by, you know, by looking down on someone else. I mean, satire is harsh and sharp, but there are other kinds of laughter that are more joyous and more, you know, in community rather than division. And so we can actually become, you know, habituated to kind of the sneering mockery that isn't to correct. And the purpose of satire is for moral correction. A lot of people forget that, and even just to have the goal of moral correction is itself optimistic, because we believe that we can be corrected and we can learn and improve. But I think that you know, that the example that you brought up before about all the, you know, every event being politicized, digital media tends to do that. I mean, it just simply makes one point of view go viral, and then the opposite point of view goes viral, and so everyone just continues to get polarized and divided depending on which direction of the virus they're going in. And I think that kind of division and separation makes it easier and easier for us to mock, to sneer, to put down, to be divided rather than to be united, and find joy in you know, in one another, even
Yes.
in our differences. We should find joy in our differences.
Variety is the spice of life, and in fact, instead, it seems like too often people go around wanting the world to be like exactly like them. There's no fun. There's not an interesting conversation. It's not an interesting, you know, anything. What are your habits of personal renewal, and like how do you nurture your interior creative life? One of my favorite books that's almost always on my desk is called The Artist's Way, and it's a book of spiritual creativity. She's a Christian. She was raised Catholic, and the author of this book. And she, Julia Cameron, her name is, and her theory is like everyone's creative, and that's meaningful to me as a Christian because I believe that we are little creators. God created us in His image, and like Him, we partake in His nature. We are closest to God when we create. And part of me having one foot in politics, public life, goes through this book. I've gone through it many times. It's called like A Spiritual Path to Creative Renewal. But she says that, you know, everyone is creative. And I thought, you know, to what extent is all of the vitriol and maliciousness in our public life today like a symptom of just chronic creativity, stifled creativity, where people don't have healthy outlets to create beautiful things in the world as we are created to do, and instead all that energy, all that creative, that wonderment, that stuff, that thing that should be channeled toward creating beauty is being misdirected and is being, you know, we're angry at ourselves, but that's being projected on others, and we want, you know, other people to fix themselves, fix the way they think, fix the way they act, instead of thinking, you know, what are some more productive outlets of this energy, of these you know. So I'm curious. I've had that thought like of creative frustration being one root. Like we don't have enough opportunity to just nurture our interior lives ourselves. My final chapter of my book is about like how we've misplaced our meaning in politics, and we need things to fill us up, like friendship, like intellectual curiosity, like beauty and the sublime. Like I love this concept of forest bathing. It's a Japanese concept where you just walk in nature and like let the beauty of creation just fill your spirit. And of course, in the Shinto culture in Japan, that takes on a different meaning, but we can take that idea as Christians. Like God created nature and He created it beautiful and good for us to enjoy and for us to steward. So I'm wondering, what are some practices, personal practices, like you have an enormous creative output and you have enormous demands on your time. How do you do it all? And how do you fill the well spiritually, emotionally, creatively, so you can keep giving in all the ways that you do?
I would say I wish I had like a magical formula, or I wish I were disciplined enough to.
Hi everyone. My name is. I've had that thought. Like
I wish I were disciplined enough to know what I should do and to do it all the time, and I'm still figuring that out. But I would say the main thing that I do, and anyone who follows me on social media knows this, is I do run several days a week. I am not fast, and I'm not competitive, and I'm not athletic by any means. I mean, maybe I was a little bit more in my younger days, but I really do the running. I go to be outside so that I can see the sky and the trees and the fields. I stop and take pictures. So I'm very slow. I could probably walk faster than I run, but it's just being outside and seeing the beauty around me. I run a similar route pretty much every day, and every picture that I take every day is like, it looks like a different place, because every day looks different, even in the same spot. And so, and I know, if I'm in the midst of writing something, working on something, I know that just getting out there and actually there has been research done on this. There's a great article in the Atlantic a few years ago about this, but that running specifically helps writers because there's a kind of mindless, repetitive action to running. It doesn't require us to really think much. We're not like trying to get a ball in a hoop or something. And it's that repetition, that cyclical motion that helps our brain to process what we're trying to figure out in our heads to put on paper. And so it always just helps me. I will stop. I've learned, because I often think of things when I'm running, and I know by the time I get home I'll have forgotten them, so I'll even just stop and type it out on my notes app to make sure I don't forget. So that's one thing. And I've also learned to adjust to follow my body's own sort of natural rhythms. Like I used to be a morning person, and I had to go to bed early. But the more that my life has been immersed in writing, it's not even been a choice. It's just that my brain starts working more at, in the afternoon or night. And so I follow that. So I get all my emailing and my meetings done in the morning, all the busy stuff. And then when everything's cleared, that's when I really start feeling the energy to write. And if I can stay up late and write, and that goes against everything that I used to be, but it's just a natural development in this process. And so I just kind of listen to my body and my mind and try to follow its own rhythms.
I love that. One of my favorite things that I do to foster projects that I'm working on is to take my eyes off the projects momentarily. And I really like listening to like lectures. Like I'm not a big podcast person. I feel like the podcast, it's too risky that people just go on about things I'm not interested in. But with like lectures, it's like just distilled info straight to my spirit. And it's incredible how many times like, listening to a lecture or something on something totally different than what I'm working on, just like sparks an insight and like makes you see a connection between two totally foreign subject matters or thinkers, and you just see that it just makes me appreciate the interconnectivity of knowledge and like all truth being God's truth and in new ways. But that's something that it brings me an enormous joy. It can snap me out of, if I'm frustrated at something else in life or losing patience with my children or something, it can just divert my energy and attention to something beautiful and better and elevate my spirit. So I'd like to know, Karen, how does your faith inform your view of public life? And as we were talking offline, it's not just people running for office that are in public life. It's thought leaders like you. And so how does your faith inform your work? And then I'd love to hear any advice you have for listeners for things that they can do to be more actionable and efficacious, perhaps, if they're people of faith, if they're Christians, and they want to have more of a role in public life. They want to cultivate their imagination, their creative output even, and have that be a tool of making the world better as it is yours, and as I think it's as my calling as well. What would you do? What would you recommend?
Yeah, well, we all have different callings in life and different roles and different giftings. And I think we really have to pay attention to those. We have to really understand who God made us to be and the positions that he's put us in, and lean into those. And so again, I mentioned earlier that I feel like, I've loved taking the test. I know my strongest gift is prophecy. So I have these opinions, and I have, I really do tend to see things in black and white. And so I've used social media. I mean, I have a social media presence. I have for many years. And so I do use that to try to call things out and proclaim them. I know some of us in the church get criticized because we always, criticize our own people more than the outside world. But I think that's I want to clean my own house before I worry about everyone else. And so I've definitely used social media for that. But I actually, so I'm just saying that fits, using social media in that way fits my particular spiritual gifting and even my calling and my place in life. And so I think what can happen is that people see a person doing one thing and they think that's what they have to do, and that's just simply not the case. And so I think we just need to figure out how we can steward our gifts and our place in life, and not try to copy other people. I mean, we can see models and examples and try things out, but we don't have to be like other people. And that's something that I've never really struggled with for whatever reason, but I just want to say that. And yeah, I think that I used to be much more interested in politics than I am now. Yeah. I think a lot of us can relate to that.
Yeah.
And I still think, politics is important, but we're in a time now. Well, let me back up a little bit. My main area of expertise in literature is the 18th century, which is the neoclassical period. That's the period when the novel developed and the idea of the modern self developed. And one of the things that neoclassicism is characterized by is, an impetus towards virtue, and virtue is the moderation between extremes. And so I'm very, very grounded and schooled in that era of thinking. It was a time of great extremes and divisions in the 18th century. And so those who were prophets and poets and priests were calling for moderation, for virtue. And I think we are living in a time where, so defined, as we've already said, by excesses and divisions and polarizations, that our calling as Christians, as people of the church, as peacemakers, as reconcilers, I mean, we are called to a ministry of reconciliation, is to understand the times, and the times being as polarized as they are means we are called to minimize the polarization. And I wouldn't have said that 10 or 20 years ago. I mean, 10 or 20 years ago, I would have been much more like the one polarizing, calling attention to. But we have so much of that is having the opposite effect that we might want it to, if that makes sense. So our times are ones where there's a greater need, I would argue, for moderation, for voices of reason, for listening, for empathy, for understanding, and for modeling those things wherever we can. And that's the calling for this time. And so we need to be attentive to that. And so, maybe in another 10 years, it'll be, something else will be the need, but we have to know the times and moderate against the particular excess of our times.
That's beautiful. It reminds me, Karen, of the end of Candide, Voltaire's Candide, this little novella about the problem of evil in the world. Like, why is there suffering? Why does evil exist? And the ending of that book, cultivate your garden.
Cultivate our garden.
Yes, exactly. You can't change the world, but you can change yourself. And what would it look like if we're Christians kind of reclaim that power we each have to influence our sphere of influence? We think it's small. We're not debating on MSNBC and Fox News in the halls of Congress. We think so we don't matter, but we do matter. The everyday decisions, big and small, literally, sow seeds of trust, of goodness, and beauty in the world that pay dividends that we may never see. But that's what we're called to do. We're called to make the world better, more beautiful in ways big and small. The metaphor of the garden, of civilization as a garden, is actually the frontispiece of my book. Yes, I got a frontispiece. I convinced them to. They've never done a frontispiece in modern trade book, but and how. Are little tiny acts of decency, of civility, the word I use for my book, of respecting, of courtesy, of graciousness, of hospitality. We may think those are small and insignificant, but those nourish the seeds that grow into a beautiful, flourishing garden of civilization. And relatedly, like our snide comments online, our thoughtlessness to our Uber driver, those sow and nurture seeds of a thistle bed, right? Weeds that corrode, that dominate, that oppress. That choke out life, not just in yourself, but in those around you. We are so interconnected. To cultivate your imagination, everyone, read more generally, but also read Karen's books. I'm enjoying her book called On Reading Well, and pre-order her book on the evangelical imagination. We're excited for it to come out. And any final thoughts on the topic of the civility, public life, and faith, Karen, before we sign off?
I guess I just one thought, to extend the metaphor of cultivating your garden a little bit more. We have to know what kind of soil we're planting in, right? I mean, and that goes back to knowing the times. Like sometimes we have fertile soil, sometimes we have rocky soil, sometimes we have we're a climate that's of high elevation or low elevation. So we are called to cultivate our gardens, and doing that well means knowing, where our garden is. That's and good. Reading can help us do that.
Yes, cultivate our imagination and creativity. I love it. Thank you so much, Karen, for being part of this important dialogue, and for your voice, for your leadership in this space as well. And yeah, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I'm here now with Sarah Bauer Anderson. She is the author of The Space Between Us. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Well, tell us just a bit about yourself and a bit about your book as we jump into this conversation.
Yeah, well, first, I do want to say I just love that you guys are putting this event on. I can't think of a more timely topic, and just how important it is. So I'm just really grateful for the leadership that you guys have shown and arranging this, and I'm speaking into something that's really pertinent right now. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. So to answer your question, I was raised just outside of Washington, D.C., in a very politically involved family. My dad was a part of the Reagan administration, served as Undersecretary of Education, was involved in domestic policy decisions, that kind of thing. So for me, growing up, faith and politics were deeply intertwined, but it was a very specific brand of faith and politics. It was very evangelical and very socially conservative. And I really had no other alternative way of viewing the world than for faith and politics to be intermeshed the way that they were. And then it kind of went to the next level in 1999, my senior year of high school. So I'm dating myself here. My dad threw his hat into the ring for the Republican nomination for president. So that would have been for the 2000 election where George W. Bush ultimately got the nomination, but he was involved in the primary season for that. And that primary season was a real pivotal time for me because I had grown up thinking that there was an us in the Republican and evangelical camp, and there was a them, and the them were the Democrats, and they couldn't be like actual real Christians. And there were the good guys and there were the bad guys. But the thing that my dad running in a presidential primary revealed to me, which seems much more obvious now in a 24 hours news cycle and in social media, but was not as obvious then, was how in a primary, the enemy became the people that you would have considered teammates at any other time. And I saw firsthand just how cruel we could be to people on our team. And it was really jarring for me because it was people that we would have considered friends, or at the least coworkers in your cause, to see how easily you could turn on each other in order to better your position. And then that everyone just sort of expected you to get over it and forget it once the nomination had been clinched and be like, okay, we're back to being friends, right? So maybe I was just overly sensitive, but that really bothered me. And that coupled with the exposure to people that I would have considered the enemy under other circumstances, seeing them as faithful Christians and good people, it really just kind of blurred the categories for me in a way that I hadn't been exposed to before. So as a result, I distanced myself from politics for a long time. It felt too much like a game. It felt like a mean game, and very personal. And it wasn't really until I got married and had kids and my husband and I started asking the questions, what are the values that we want to instill in our boys moving forward, that I started to kind of re-engage a little bit about what we wanted to teach and what we wanted to believe. And the problem I found was that I didn't necessarily land on the same page anymore when it came to my traditionally Republican and evangelical upbringing. And that was really challenging because my family was still deeply involved in politics. Everybody lived in Washington. I was the only one that had moved away. My brother and sister as adults were involved. They were involved, the whole family was in 2 out of the 3 branches of government. So avoiding the political conversation was not an option for us. We had to figure out a way to really fight for our relationship and not just fight over policies and ideologies. And so we just had to figure out how do we engage each other when our differences are becoming more and more pronounced. And so that kind of has been the past probably 15 years of my life. And as a result, I wrote a book in 2020 called The Space Between Us that just kind of detailed my journey, the kind of the evolution of the things that I've changed my mind on or just thought differently about, and also how my family, how we've just kind of failed forward in a lot of ways. I wouldn't say we've gotten it perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I really wanted to give people an insight into a normal family that's trying the best they can to fight for each other and is not willing to lose relationship on the altar of politics.
Okay, so you feel like you guys have been able to actually do that. You've been able to actually overcome some of these differences. Because, one of the things we've heard about in the past, especially 3 years or so, is family division, like people basically cutting people out of their lives if they're not willing to, support a policy or say this thing or that thing. Because people have made it, it is personal. So I don't want to say they shouldn't make it personal.
Yes, right.
But like, what are some of the things that you guys have done to make it work?
Yeah. Well, I tell the story in my book that one of my favorite things about going home is we all gather together, whether it's at the beach or over a holiday. My dad makes a tray of Manhattans and we all just kind of relax and enjoy, the company of each other. And I kind of use that illustration to talk about there's something about a gathering together, whether it's around food or drinks, whatever it is, that kind of reminds you of the bigger picture, right? I mean, and don't get me wrong, we have heated arguments about things. And there are definitely times when something will come up and you have to learn how to kind of read the room. Like, is this a conversation or is this a monologue? Like, I don't want to get engaged in something that no one's actually looking for engagement. They're just kind of looking to spout off on something. And I do the same thing. So it's kind of learning how to read the room in some ways, the emotional temperature, and knowing when is there an actual curiosity and a posture of a willingness to engage, and when is it just kind of like, we're just going to think differently, and I don't need to engage in this. You're not interested in hearing my opinions on it, and that's fine. You're not going to change your mind because of something I said, but we're not going to let those differences affect 41 years of history we have together, we're not going to let that be destroyed because of different views in the past 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good. I think so many people need to hear that. So, this is the Faith, Politics, and Civility Summit. Obviously, civility plays into that. When you hear those three words together, what do you think of? And I feel like civility is almost like people are like, well, wait a second, like, what even is that? So when you hear those words, like, what do you think of?
Yeah. Well, for me, I think that's a great question. I think the most telling thing about where we are in culture is in the question that civility at this point is the bar we're aiming for, right? That it's like, and as followers of Jesus, I think that should embarrass us a little bit, that this is like, okay, can we at least be civil to each other, when it's like, obviously Jesus has raised the bar so much higher than that. So the first thing that comes to mind for me is that we've lost the plot a little bit, and we have to argue for the practice of civility in our treatment of others. But more than that, I think when I hear those words, the first thing I want to wonder is, how did we get here? Like, what happened? And I think there's layers to that question, that people have been trying to answer that question for several years now. But I don't think that we can discount the major factors. We become so tied to our specific brand of faith and politics. It's so integrated into who we are. It's become a sort of identity piece that we wear. So when someone outside of our group threatens what we believe or how we think that belief should play out, it's more than a disagreement to us. It's an existential crisis in a sort of way, right? And that's really uncomfortable. So I think it makes sense that as a result, we kind of go into self-protection mode, and to stay as comfortable as we can, we end up distancing ourselves from people who aren't like us. And I think recognizing that trend is huge, because when there's distance, uncivility is a much more viable option. It is much harder to be civil with those not like us when there's no meaningful connections. So I think that eventually that distance, leads to lack of belonging to people, but also in worst case scenario, I think we're seeing this more and more, distance is keeping people from being treated with dignity and worthiness, right? The other in our minds becomes not a person, they're a label, they're a descriptor of things that we don't like or don't approve of or disagree with. So to me, it's the intersection with that is the most crucial part of this conversation. And I think obviously that matters on a purely human level, but on a theological level, I think it's much more than that. I think we've got to keep we've got to remember this crucial idea of intersecting our lives with those different from us, because a big part of our faith is being as God chose to be with us, right? We believe in a God, we follow God who continues to be with us, who showed up, who became other in taking on human flesh and taking residence with us. So I think we need to remember there's no civility without intersection with, and even more than that, there's no civility unless there is a deeply internalized appreciation and devotion to the Christian virtue of love of neighbor and love of other.
Yeah. Somebody I'm talking to after you is Bree Stensrud, who is with Women of Welcome. And one thing that Women of Welcome says, this just reminds me of what you said, is proximity. Proximity matters, and it makes all the difference. And I'll bet she says that when we talk. But that's exactly what you're saying, is it makes all the difference. And of course, the pandemic made that so much harder in many ways, because we couldn't be close to many people. I mean, online is one thing, but it's just not the same as being in the same room with somebody. Like I always say, like when I'm talking about, for example, should you go to church in person or online? Right. I say, someone can tell you something over Zoom, but like if you're there and you can see the tears in their eyes and you can like hold their hand, like that is a completely different experience. Like an embodied experience is a very different experience. And so I think that's so true and so important what you say. One of the things that I wanted to focus on is the church situation. The divide within the church has widened in recent years, often related to politics. What's your experience been, and how, it seems like such a big question. What do we do? What do we do? There's so much division.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think it's personal for a lot of people. And I think we know this, but I think it's worth repeating that that so much is on the line if the church doesn't figure out a way to get this right. And I think the first and probably most healthy question that we can ask is, what part have I played in the problem? How have I contributed unwittingly or even on purpose in kind of creating this divide? Because I feel like I hear a lot of Christians complaining about the direction of culture and, the secular influence on our kids, and really beating this drum of fear and despair if we don't kind of stop this outward cultural influence on our Christian values. And I don't say that to undermine what might be actual threats, but I think we are in a lot of trouble if we are only ever seeing the danger in something or someone that's out there and that's outside of us and other from us. To me, the bigger threat is that we've allowed stuff to go unchecked in kind of our own ranks, and we have lost moral footing to confront anything outside of us if we refuse to confront what's happening inside of us and our body of believers, but also us as individuals. And I don't just mean, these bigger kind of systemic issues or abuses or cover-ups. I'm talking about this belief and this ego that allows us to think that we are better than what's happening outside. And I think that pride keeps us from being curious. It keeps us from being introspective. And I think it keeps us from being humble enough to say, I might be wrong about this. I think we've got to practice saying that the other person, that side, that other, whoever that is, may be a teacher to me in some way. So I do have a hope for the church and for the future, but it is coupled with a desire for a deep honesty about where we've gotten it wrong, and not just the church as a whole, but personally, where have I continue to contribute to the divisions that we're experiencing. So that being said, the hope that I have for the church, I think, is rooted in a more grounded, contemplative ways of practicing our faith and in our lives. I think I believe it's going to be only when we begin to make more room for stillness and for silence, away from these talking heads, away from social media, away from, just kind of the clamor, the noise around us, that we begin to leave room for the Holy Spirit to lead us into more self-reflective and self-aware ways of being in the world. And I think that's where change is going to happen. It's going to begin with us internally, directly. And I think only when it happens here first is it going to then overflow into the church body, but also culture as a whole. So I think we have to be humbled enough to see that we might be part of the problem. And then in addition to that, I think our posturing towards one another needs to change. I know I'm guilty of this. I think we tend to think we are responsible for changing people's minds, and that we are someone's personal Holy Spirit, that, I need to be the one to convict them, to confront them. Like, if I don't do this, they'll never change. And I think sometimes that comes from a good place, but I think it can be often rooted in this posture of, I've got this figured out, and I just need you to help. I just need to help you become more like me. We all know that's just not going to be helpful in healing divisions and moving forward. And I think I think of Adam Grant, the social psychologist. He said that the highest compliment someone who disagrees with you can pay you isn't "you were right," it's "you made me think." And so I think when it comes to healing our divisions, our goal cannot be to make everybody think like we do. It can't be sameness. Like, sameness is not the purpose. It needs to be unity in the things that matter most. And I think Jesus modeled that. But even more than that, I think Jesus himself didn't convince everyone to follow him, right? So what makes us think that we can do that? But what Jesus did do, everybody he encountered thought deeply as a result about the assumptions they held. And they thought about the narratives that they were participating in, and the beliefs that they allowed to dictate their lives. And I think that's the model that we want to lean into. And that's worth following, this posture of curiosity and humility and self-awareness.
Yeah, it reminds me what you were saying earlier about, you probably got this too as a kid growing up in evangelical churches of about, learning how to witness and,
Right.
share the gospel with people, which we should do. We should share the gospel.
Yeah.
We shouldn't. But but like I got to a point when I was like middle school, early high school, I kind of felt like the salvation of my friends was like all on me. And if I don't have this talk with them, like they're going to go to hell. And it was so much pressure. It's like, that's not how this works. Like you have to, I mean, part of being a Christian and being a person really is being able to let go of control. You can't control outcomes. You can't control other people. You can't control, you know, and so I think that is certainly a good point, what you're saying, like you can't change people, but what you can do is trust God, number one, but then also being respectful, being civil, being curious, being kind. I mean, all of those go a long way. No, go ahead.
I was just going to agree with you that I think ultimately our fear and our desire to want to change other people, that's a faith issue for us. We need to be able to own the fact that that is because we think God can't handle it. He needs us to step in and take it. So I think that brings up a really good point. If we think that the future of the world is resting on our shoulders and our ability to convince somebody of something, then that tells me a lot more about what I think about God than what I think about the other person. And so I think that we've got to check ourselves and where we kind of fall in that pecking order, that we are not, that's above our pay grade to think that. And the things that are in our control are the way that we're treating somebody else. And we've got to know that our interaction and the relational equity we have with people goes so much farther than our ability to craft a good argument.
Yeah. So I hear this from both sides. I hear, you know, people on the right saying, you know, oh, well, if you believe that, then like you can't really be a Christian. And kind of like same on the left, like if you believe, you know, this is the way it is, then, you know, you're not following God. And so like for me, I'm kind of frustrated by when anybody says that. Well, how do you respond to that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think that kind of goes back to this identity piece and the ideological purity that we're really demanding of people to be like in our camps. You've got to, you know, co-sign on all these different things. And again, when I look at Jesus, I always want to go back to the Gospels and what Jesus modeled, right? That like he doesn't have a great track record when it comes to the people that he had conversations with. Like he spanned the spectrum. He was meeting with the Pharisee at night, Nicodemus, and then also hanging out with the prostitutes. Like he would be ticking people off on both sides. So, you know, I know sometimes people think like the third way sounds like a cop out, but I don't think it is when you're actually doing it the way Jesus did it. It doesn't mean not believing anything or being wishy-washy. It's saying, I'm not willing to write off the humanity of anybody because their position isn't the same as mine. And it's believing that person, because of where they are right now, I'm not going to write the end of their story for them. I'm not going to just assume that change will never happen or that I know their experience is better than they do. Instead of writing them off, again, the posture of curiosity is, how did you land at that position? You know, I could end up believing the same things you did if I lived your life. Like, I don't want to assume that I know better than you when you've lived your life and you've landed where you are. So I think there is a way to kind of thread that needle that isn't co-signing or endorsing somebody else's opinions that you disagree with, but is valuing presence and relationship more than the positions that we hold.
Yeah, that's so good. Can you think of, I mean, I'm putting you on the spot here, so if you don't have an answer, no problem. But I was going to say, is there anyone that you see that's doing this well, or groups or institutions, anything that you think is a good model for how we should be acting and behaving?
Yeah, well, I love the group Braver Angels is a group that is really great with how they engage both sides. They're great at kind of navigating these conversations. I'm trying to think of Living Room Conversations is a group that I follow that to me, it's the things that I've seen in common and the people and the organizations has been a willingness to engage in difficult conversations. It's not shutting it down. And I think, again, that goes back to the civility piece. It's so much easier to treat each other with contempt and uncivility when we're distanced from somebody, and forcing ourselves to have the conversations and not shying away from it. It's just a lot harder to hate up close, right? Like we know that. And so, yeah, I would look at those two organizations specifically. I can't think of any more off the top of my head, but groups and people that are thoughtful in the positions they've held, even if I disagree with them, I have a lot more respect for, because I know that they're not just sounding off. This isn't an emotional response. This is a thought through, intentional place that they've landed. And I can respect that. Even if they landed at a different place, I know it wasn't on a whim. So I encourage any groups that are taking seriously all these arguments, all these different sides, and are willing to talk about them. I think it's important.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Sarah, so much for sharing. Where can people connect with you if they want to reach you or get your book?
Yeah, the book's on Amazon. And then I have a website, sarahbanderson.com, and I'm on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra Hudson. I'm an author, journalist, speaker, and I'm thrilled to be part of this virtual summit on faith, politics, and civility. And I'm grateful to my friend Michael Ware to be having a dialogue with me about these important topics. So I'll just, I will introduce Michael, and then we'll have a short conversation about these important themes of faith, politics, and civility. So Michael is the founder, president, and CEO of the Center for Christianity and Public Life, a new nonpartisan institution in the nation's capital with the mission to contend for the credibility of Christian resources in public life for the public good. He's a leading expert and strategist at the intersection of faith, politics, and American public life. As one of President Obama's ambassadors to America's believers, according to BuzzFeed, Michael directed faith outreach for President Obama's historic 2012 re-election campaign. Michael was also one of the youngest White House staffers in modern American history. He served in the White House faith-based initiative during President Obama's term, where he led evangelical outreach and helped manage the White House's engagement on religious issues and values. Michael is also the author of Reclaiming Hope: Lessons Learned in the Obama White House about the Future of Faith in America. He also writes for The Atlantic, Christianity Today, USA Today, Relevant Magazine, and other publications on faith, politics, and culture. So Michael, thank you for being here. And I know you care a lot about this topic of faith, civility, and public life. In fact, I think that the first time I even became aware of you was when you were here in Indianapolis, where I'm based, where you gave a talk on civility. And you had lots of great topics there. And of course, that's the topic of my forthcoming book, The Soul of Civility. And so I'd love to hear from you. What is the intersection? How do these things fit together? Faith, civility, public life.
Yeah, no, I love the question. You know, for me, civility is about the public recognition of the dignity of strangers. You know, there's the Cornel West quote that justice is what love looks like in public. I think civility is what grace looks like in public. It is the way that we treat people with whom we are not intimates, with whom we share a community but do not are not necessarily sort of in close fellowship with. It's the way we treat them with dignity. It's also you know, I think it helps set the place of public life, and particularly politics. It helps to order it rightly. I think so often when people push back on the idea of civility and politics, it's because they often think that they will get something out of being uncivil, or that certain people do not deserve civility, or that the objectives that they have to achieve in public life sort of are inconvenienced by civility. And I think that can often lead to some pretty destructive places. And so, yeah, I think it's really important. I think civility has often been, as you all know, sort of misused as a way to shut down debate or to sort of exclude people from conversation, and we want to oppose that generally. But when we're thinking about our own conduct, when we're thinking about the kind of people we are in public life, civility is something that we could uphold well, believing passionately and with deep conviction about public things.
Mhm. Excellent. Thank you, Michael. I think you're right that a lot of people recoil at the mention of civility in public life today. It's because, as you said, they think it's a barrier to getting done what they want to get done. It's a handcuff. It's kind of, like Socrates and Thrasymachus, like being good, being just is a handicap. Is it a handicap? Is being civil a handicap to being successful and gaining and maintaining power?
Yes.
So one thing I unpack in my book, and I know you have my book on your desk by your nightstand, and you're reading it I've already sent Michael a review copy, so the book's not out yet. But so thanks, Michael, for one day hopefully looking at the book. But one distinction I make in the book that's central to my argument is that there's a difference between civility and politeness. That politeness is the technique, it's manners, it's etiquette. Civility is like deeper. It's as you mentioned, recognizing and affirming the dignity and respecting that in other people, and that sometimes requires telling them that they're wrong. That requires engaging in robust debate. It sometimes, as you know, even requires protest. Taking to the streets and for a greater good. That's the soul. That's the heart of civility, not politeness, not this tone policing, not this suppressing of dissent. And that's what. So I think people confusing these two concepts causes us to want to get rid of both of them. We don't want civility in public life. Like they're just tone policing. They're just repressing, people in positions of powerlessness and keeping people in power in positions of power. So that's one way I try to think through that important concern that you expressed in my book. I'd love to hear from you, though. Tell us about the Center for Christianity in Public Life. What was the origin story of that, and how does that relate to your passion for Christianity, public life, and civility?
Yeah, so as you said, we have the mission to contend for the credibility of Christian resources in public life for the public good, and we do so not out of a spirit of antagonism or domination, but out of a spirit of loving service. And so we have great confidence that Christianity is up to the task of our public life. We think that Christians ought to be oriented toward the public good, and that and this goes, I think civility is, important here insofar as Christianity is good news, and if what Christians have to offer in politics is not. Now, perception is one thing, and we can't control how everyone sort of perceives. But if Christians don't think that their public activity is good news, then something is fundamentally wrong. And so, at the center, we help explain Christianity to the public and advance Christian resources for the good of the public. That's one side of our organization, or sort of one stream of our work. And then we also grow, resource, convene, and represent the community of Christians who are convinced of the centrality of spiritual formation for civic renewal, that the kind of people we are has much to do with the kind of politics that we have. And so we launched in October and have been really thrilled by the response we've received, and think this work is critical for both Christian communities, but also the broader public.
Excellent. And so are you writing white papers? Like what are the plans? You mentioned just offline a moment ago, you have a fellows program. Tell us all the different avenues that you plan to manifest. Yeah,
great. So when we launched in October, we announced 3 programmatic commitments. We have a young professionals community, which is just thriving. We have a public life fellows program. We'll be announcing our fellows in January of 2023, our first class of fellows. But that's a program of we anticipate 12 fellows that are both contributing to our civic life while pursuing integrity in their faith. And so we provide resources to fellows who are doing that and offer them as sort of examples of the kind of public presence that we want to see more of. And then finally, in the fall of 2023, we'll hold our first of what we intend to be an annual conference called For the Good of the Public. And this is a public-facing conference that will present a positive vision for Christian political and public participation. It will be held in DC, and folks who want to sort of stay up to date on announcements related to the conference and the rest of our organization can go to ccpubliclife.org. In addition to those programmatic commitments, we're in the fray. We're helping journalists and civic leaders understand the way that Christianity is functioning in our public life, and we're helping pastors and religious leaders understand our civic life and be able to navigate our politics and public life with faithfulness.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Michael. Do you think that being a public leader today, a Christian public leader today, is uniquely difficult? And put in the context of American history and in human history?
No. I think there are unique challenges to being to Christian leadership and politics and civic life, but it is not uniquely challenging. One of the stories that I think I once gave a talk at a church in New York, and after the event, there was a reception, and a woman walks up to me and says something along the lines of, I'm so thankful that you're there in Washington, trying to live out your faith in politics, which seems to me to be really dirty and so much compromise, and I really don't know how you do it, but I'm glad someone's trying. And she meant it in sort of the best way, and we had a great conversation. And at one point, I asked her what she did for a living, and she goes, "Oh, I work on Wall Street." And so I think Christians and really there are ethical challenges, and there are challenges to being integrated with one's values and what the kind of person one hopes to be, and then the kind of person that one finds themselves to be in the moment. Like those kinds of challenges apply to public school teachers and people on Wall Street, and yes, people in politics. And so, no, I don't find this to be a uniquely challenging time in the scope of history or in the scope of vocations, but there surely are unique challenges to Christians, and really to all of us in politics. Politics is vying for our affections in really profound ways, in ways that are supported by incredible amounts of money and technology that we need to be aware of and understand that if we aren't paying attention to how we are engaging, it doesn't mean that we're sort of not being influenced by politics. It probably means that political forces are influencing us and shaping us without our knowledge, without our direct input, and that's a scary place to be. Yeah.
It's a great point, Michael. That's a point I make in my book about civility, that civility is an America problem, and it's not a now problem. It's a problem of the human condition, that we're defined by our a profound sociability. Like we long to be in relationship and community with others, yet we're fallen as a human, as a species, and we're inherently selfish and self-interested. And because of our fallen nature, the social project, relationships, and civilization and community will always be fragile, and that there will always be that tension in our nature. There will always be a battle between those two aspects of our nature. So I think you're right and wise to affirm this is not a new problem, but that you're right. There are unique challenges. You mentioned money in politics. There's also things like social media and the internet, and that those weren't around during the Civil War, and who knows what the Twitter battles might have been like, pretty vociferous. Or to a point I've heard you make before, like we've had a civil war, right? We've had violence in our nation. We have violence in Congress, and And I like to say that history is both caution and comfort. It's
Right.
comfort in that
Yes.
we're not the worst. Like we're thankfully we're not quite on the precipice of a civil war yet. That's a comfort. But the fact that we have been there before, that's caution. That's very
Yeah.
caution. What can we?
Yeah,
go
just one thing I'd say is right. So so I think sometimes folks hear this and say, well, yeah, I mean, it sounds like politics is really complicated. You know, I'm probably safest if I just don't engage there. There are these like forces at play, but I think what I want to say, and I think you'd agree with this, is that it's all just life. And imagine saying that there are unique challenges in my in the marriage relationship. There are unique challenges in your relationship with your kids or at work, and yet somehow we have this idea that it's the public that's the optional part. And maybe if I feel like I've perfected myself, then maybe I'll sort of be ready to engage in public life and politics. But I'd say you don't better yourself without engaging. And we'd never say, well, I won't start parenting my child until I feel like I won't make any mistakes, or that I have everything in order. I know exactly what my theory of parenting is. No, you actually like learn in the doing. And you can't press pause on that. And I'd argue that it's unwise to sort of think that you can or should press pause on our obligations to our political community and the communities in which we live.
Mm-hmm. So last question for you, Michael. Do you think that being a Christian and being committed to civility, being committed to the dignity, respecting and affirm the dignity of the other, strangers and friends alike, do you think that takes certain professions in public life or certain actions off the table? And if so, what?
Yeah, I mean, I think deceit, manipulation. I think we need to really we need to be respectful of people's autonomy in terms of their decision making, and I think we need to be. It's very hard to uphold civility in politics if you don't uphold things like the rule of law and access to the ballot, because civility is something that says, we could solve our problems through the ballot box. We could solve our problems through deliberation. But if the deck is stacked against a fair access to our civic life and participation in our civic life, then it undermines the sort of the claim and the logic of civility. And then I'd say, we need to be wary of sort of undue coercion. We need to be careful about going directly to motive and ultimate statements about who people are, as opposed to dealing with what exactly it is that they're advancing in a particular debate, and dealing with sort of the means they're advancing. So those are a few things I'd keep in mind. We need to be we need to be wary of using tools in the political toolbox that may seem to be effective in the short term, but actually fray the social fabric in a way that makes it difficult for the project of self-governance to endure over the medium and long term.
Right. Two things that you just said that I thought were most powerful takeaways from that question of what's off the table. One, commodifying people, right?
Yes.
Instrumentalizing others, not using thous as I's, right? To borrow King's
exactly right.
And secondly, what you said about Oh, I'm sorry. I've lost the second thing that I loved what you said, but I loved everything.
No, yeah, sure.
But thank you so much, Michael, for being here. Can you give us your website one last time so people can stay engaged with your important work?
Yeah, sure. The website for the nonprofit is ccpubliclife.org, and I run a Substack with my wife at reclaiminghope.substack.com.
Excellent. Thanks, Michael,
Hey,
for being here.
thanks so much. Great to be with you. Excited for your book, and I really appreciate you doing this.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Bye.
All right. Well, hey, everyone. I am here now with Caitlin Chess. She is the author of The Liturgy of Politics and the upcoming book, The Ballot in the Bible, How Scripture Has Been Used and Abused in American Politics and Where We Go From Here. That sounds like a necessary book that everyone should read. She's also a student THD. I had never seen that. What does that stand for?
It's a doctor of theology. So
that's what I
an
figured.
Equivalent of a PhD, but I'm in the divinity school and not in religious studies.
Okay, so she's at Duke Divinity School getting a THD, which is a doctorate, which is very cool. And if you follow Caitlin, you know she's always the academic, but also, you know, into the culture, into what's really going on. And so that's why I love hearing from her, reading her stuff. And I wanted to talk with her today. So thank you for joining me, Caitlin.
Thank you so much, Erica.
Yeah. Okay. So you were one of the first people that came up when I was asking Twitter, hey, who do you think of, you know, when you think of faith, politics, and civility? Who are some of the women that come to mind? And there were some repeat names, and yours was one of them. And I was like, well, of course, I have to talk to Caitlin. You've been on my podcast before. I have read your first book. I look forward to reading the second. So I guess my first question for you, Caitlin, is when you hear the terms faith, politics, and civility, what does that mean to you? What do you think of when you consider these three words together?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I hear all of those three together, I think about building a common life together. You know, I think some people put faith and politics, and maybe because of recent years, civility, in completely different categories, especially faith and politics. Like there's our kind of interpersonal spiritual life. We go to church, we might have personal commitments about things. And then there's the public square, and those are completely separate spheres. And to me, those three words together, yeah, like they describe the fact that the work of building a common life together, which is inescapable. None of us live in isolation. I live by myself, but I have neighbors around me, and you know what happens in my world matters to them, and what happens in their world matters to me. And we have to find ways to work out differences, disagreements, disputes we have with each other. And so I don't think that just involves, you know, the way that we vote in a voting booth. That's a big part of it, but it involves so many other things. It involves the conflict I have with my neighbors, and my faith informs, you know, what happens with them. I live next door to a Muslim family, and so faith is involved in our public disputes. For them, it's inescapable. The way that they dress in public alerts us to the fact that we have differences in faith, and the fact that we are neighbors means we have common interests. We disagree on matters of faith, but if our trash service was stopped by the city, we would want to work together to make sure that it was restored. If someone in our community was doing something violent or was even just playing loud music, or we would have a common interest in working together to resolve those disputes. And so those three words, to me, it's helpful to name that they don't exist in different spheres. Like my life is not easily separated out into little categories. It involves all of those things together, and it always involves my neighbors, which means it involves building a life together with them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is not as common anymore for people to say, oh, faith and politics shouldn't mix. But what do you say to that argument? You know, oh, we're Christians, like we should sort of just like not worry about politics. We should stay siloed within the church.
Yeah, I mean, I think that doesn't actually do what we think it will do. I think some people have seen really tragically the results of too tightly tying faith to a particular political party or a person, a politician, and have said, let's just make those separate spheres. And I understand that impulse. It feels really dangerous to tie those two closely together. And yet I think if we look at American history, what often has happened is actually we've said that they're very tightly connected, but we've also put them in entirely separate spheres. We've said there's a set of rules for your personal spiritual life. You turn the other cheek, you care for your neighbor, et cetera. And then in the public sphere, you play by the world's rules. And you might say that it's really important to, you know, fight for certain policies that your faith informs, but the rules of the game are different. And you don't have to kind of be a Christian in your spiritual life, in the way you treat people in the public square. And I think it's important to return those. And it serves people who are not of the same faith as me as well. Like I said, I have the ability to kind of walk around in the world and not, people won't necessarily know what my faith commitments are unless I act the way that I should or I tell them. Like I said, I have neighbors next door to me who they can't separate faith and public life. When they walk out their door, they're wearing clothing that signifies to me that they have faith commitments. And I think it's important for us to recognize that idea that I can walk out my front door and the world is, you know, a neutral public square where I kind of leave my faith commitments at the door is a really new, really modern idea that both doesn't help the people that we tend to think it would help. It doesn't help the most vulnerable. People like my neighbors who in many parts in America could be harmed by the religious clothing that they're wearing. It doesn't help them to say, let's just leave religion at home. They can't do that. And it doesn't help me, for someone who many of my political ideas, the things that I'm going to really prioritize in a voting booth, the things I'm going to write letters to politicians about, they are informed really deeply by my faith. And so if I tell people that that's not true or I hide it, I don't think that's being honest. And I don't think it helps us have productive conversations to say, well, if I'm really being, you know, honest in myself and in my home and in my church, I have religious reasons for the things I believe. But when I go out in the public square, I'm going to pretend that those are not true. That's different than saying, we believe really different things about God and what kind of creatures humans are and what kind of communities we should live in. And I'm going to try and find arguments that appeal to you. I'm going to try and find common ground. I'm not going to just say, well, what I believe is true and nothing else matters. But I'm also not going to deceive you and say that I have different reasons for fighting for these policies than I do. I really care about the things I care about because I believe God has revealed to us how human communities should best function in his word. And I might find other reasons to support those same policies that appeal to you, but I'm not going to deceive you and tell you that those are not my deeply held reasons. And I would hope that other people would be honest with me and share those deeply held reasons that they have as well.
Very good answer, Caitlin. I like that. I wasn't planning to ask this, but it just popped into my head. You know, I think one of the most misunderstood things in culture when we talk about this is the separation of church and state. I'm guessing you've talked about this, thought about this. What do you think the misconceptions are there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we tend to both wrongly think that phrase is kind of ensconced in the Constitution or in the Declaration of Independence, and it's not. But I also think, you know, those are questions about institutions and how those institutions should be kept separate. And there are really important reasons to say we shouldn't have religious tests for public office. There's really good reasons to say that, you know, the church shouldn't send a list of policies to the state and then the state kind of enacts it. That's very different. That separation of institutions and kind of who holds official power and what official role they have is very different than saying the church has a voice in the public square and individual Christians or people of other faiths have a voice in the public square. And it's, again, I think it's really kind of actually deceptive in the end to say that there should be this kind of wall where you don't have any religious commitments that cross that line. I also think a lot of times when people are thinking about that, they're thinking about kind of the worst versions of that. They're thinking about people who, like I said, say, look, the Bible says it, I believe it, that's it, and I'm not willing to have a conversation with you. And it's usually for pretty conservative policies that we tend to have that image in our head. When I think about the most successful work towards justice in the history of the country that I live in and belong to, it is a deeply religious movement. It's a civil rights movement. Yeah. There was really deeply religious reasons for fighting for policies that would protect the most vulnerable, that would create conditions of justice in our country. And I think a lot of people who kind of are thinking of those worst case scenarios would do well to learn from many churches in the US who still exist today, that their history goes back to that period or even beyond that period, and have had really good reasons for saying that divide doesn't make sense to me. My life is one life. It fully is lived in the church and in the public square. And it's important that I'm honest and that I'm my full self in all of those spaces. And the civil rights movement is a great example of really deeply motivated by biblical language, by religious motivations, and yet fully willing to cooperate with people who did not share those motivations. And I think sometimes when people are thinking about this, they think, again, it's the my way or the highway, and not, I'm going to be honest with you about my deeply held convictions. I want you to be honest with me about your deeply held convictions. And where there's overlap, I want to be fully supportive of our cooperation. And I don't think I should kind of have to leave my commitments at the door for that cooperation to be possible.
Well, that kind of leads to my next question, which was, you know, within Christianity, we have people all over the spectrum on political policy. and, say we're talking about, I don't know, economic policy or something, and you have, a strong Christian over here that is really in favor of like free markets and capitalism, and that's their thing. And then you have a really strong Christian over here that believes in, a different kind of economic policy. Yet they both love Jesus, and they both, want to see his name made famous and all of that. They both want to help the vulnerable in different ways. How do Christians have those separate opinions, but also be okay with other people having different ones? That seems to be a big one these days.
It is really hard. And I think history would help us here. If you have kind of come to a place where you think, look, I read the Bible, it's clear, this is the policy we need to support. A little history would hopefully give you some humility about that, to recognize that Christians have had, very divergent opinions throughout history about how to live a faithful life based on the teachings of Scripture. I also think it would be helpful. A lot of times, I spent some time this last summer researching for this book you mentioned, The Ballad in the Bible, and I spent some time looking in the period of kind of free market economics being really popular, Reaganomics being really popular. There were so many Christian books published at this time called some version, the title would be some version of Capitalism or Socialism, What Does the Bible Support? And they would kind of give all the arguments on one side and give all the arguments on the other. And, not speaking of any specific book, but many of those books not only kind of cherry-picked verses, didn't have a great way of approaching Scripture, but I think the biggest problem with all of them was that they said there are two camps, it's yes or no, you're in one or you're in the other. And I think one of the best ways for us to seek more productive conversations about these kinds of issues is to see not only the places of common ground, but to see the differences among people that we would put in a single category. It's easiest for us to kind of demonize, especially other Christians, if we put them in a category. So many of these books would say, well, here's all of these Christians that are more to the left of me economically. I'm going to put them in the socialism camp and treat them as a whole. And yet in that camp, there were people who disagreed greatly with each other about specific policies, about a philosophy for how we do this, about which Scripture is relevant and in what ways. And for us to kind of take down the temperature of that conversation, which that particular one you mentioned can get the most heated among many of us, I think it's helpful for us to kind of resist the impulse to think in binaries and resist the impulse to say there's kind of one category that thinks in a monolithic way, and instead to ask questions of people who have really different opinions. So if I have a conversation with someone and we're, having this common ground of Scripture, that we have this shared sense of authority and we want to submit our lives to Christ by following his word, it's good. That's a great place. That's something a lot of other communities don't have, to say we have this common ground. If I start there and say, let me go to the places in Scripture that fit the thing that I want to argue, and let me show you why you're wrong, and the places that you want to argue, it's not going to go anywhere. If I go and I say, let's start with this passage together, and I want to, what do you see here? What is important to you in this passage? And then even asking questions outside of Scripture, to be curious, to say, well, when we have this conversation about economics and we're talking about what the Bible says, how does it make you feel when people talk about this? Or what's important to you when we have this conversation? And we'll find most of the time that we're not actually really fighting about how we interpret this one passage of Scripture. We're usually fighting about our sense of identity being threatened, about things that we think are valuable being discounted or discarded, about someone not really hearing what we're saying. And so I think if we want to have those conversations, and having them about Scripture is a really great place to do it, it would be helpful, number one, for us to just be curious, to ask questions of each other. And I think what we'd end up finding is that, yes, we still have serious disagreements. That's always been true in the history of the church. But we might find that there are more places that we agree than we thought beforehand, if we're willing to be curious about what other people think.
Right. I think I've heard it said, like, if you go to the Bible with an agenda in mind, like, that's probably not going to work out very well for you.
Yeah.
You have to go to the Bible like with an open heart and an open mind and open ears. It reminds me of just like as someone that's been in like couples therapy before, all of this just reminds me of like communication 101. We're not hearing each other. People don't feel heard. People aren't listening. And it's like, we need to go back to the basics of what is a conversation, which obviously social media has made that like almost impossible. But that's why it's good to have these conversations in real life. And I know there's a huge movement out there of various entities and organizations that are like, let's have real conversations. Like, there's like dinner church, and there's like, conversations across the aisle type of things where they try to bring people together. And so I think as much as we can do that, we should. And as Christians, well, I was going to ask you this, because I was going to say, for me, like, I have a real sort of personal policy of I don't respond like I just keep it real on social media. Like I'm kind, like I'm always kind. And I've always prided myself on that. And I've been told even by people who very much disagree with me that they appreciate the way that I communicate when it comes to these difficult issues. And I know that you're getting a lot of pushback online. Like you have a big platform with your podcast, the Holy Post podcast that you do, and just, you know, just your own platform. And I know that you're getting people saying negative things to you sometimes. So how do you deal with that? Like, do you have any personal rules, or do you do a lot of muting, that kind of a thing?
Yeah, I mean, with social media in particular, my main rule is if I'm noticing myself going there frequently, like there's a day where I just keep coming to Twitter. I have a list of questions on my phone and near my desk that are like a series of questions to ask myself about what my motivation is for going back to social media. What desire am I trying to fulfill? What feeling am I trying to kind of satiate or stop? Or what, you know, what am I trying to get out of this? And often I'll find that if I'm returning regularly to social media, it's because there's some feeling that I'm not actually dealing with by going to social media. I'm looking for affirmation that social media can never give me. I'm looking for, you know, my anger to be really kind of ratcheted up often if I'm angry about something and I'm like, let's go find some tweets to get angry, you know, or I'm sad and I'm looking to feel better and I'm not gonna, you know, none of those things are things that are going to be met well by social media. But recognizing that place and kind of stopping it. And what I often will do is if I find myself on social media disagreeing with people that I normally agree with, or disagreeing with things that I know I actually don't disagree with, it's a good reminder of like, I am not in the right mental place to be here right now. I need to kind of put the phone away, put the computer away. And when it comes to feedback, what I have learned is, you know, as you said, I get a lot of feedback online and much of it is negative, but it doesn't actually matter, honestly, if it's negative or positive. What I have learned is that a human being is not meant to have tens of thousands of people's opinion about them. It's just, you can't hold it. It's impossible. And so what I have learned is I will get frustrated, even if it's positive, after, you know, 50 opinions about my life. You can't handle it anymore. It will break you. And so unless I know someone in real life, I just filter out the opinions that they have about me on the internet. It's impossible. And sometimes it's legitimate, right? I remember when I was graduating seminary, I posted a picture on Instagram of this like fruity drink at this fun restaurant that I was at. And someone asked, do you think seminary students should be drinking alcohol? And I was so upset, like it really bothered me because I was having this celebratory moment and someone made a rude comment and I responded in a way that I didn't want to. It was not, you know, my best self. It was a really kind of harsh response to them. And their response was, well, don't you think someone should be asking that? Like, don't you think someone should be asking about if your drinking habits are good? And I responded later when I had some more clarity and I had calmed down a little bit. I actually do think, yes, there should be someone in my life that's asking about if my drinking habits are healthy. There should be someone asking about if I do finish seminary and become ordained and work at a church, what things are appropriate for social media or not. Someone should absolutely be asking that. It should not be a stranger on the internet.
I was like, it shouldn't be you though. I don't know you.
Someone in my real life. But it's important. There are people who can get really huge platforms and the opinions of other people are so overwhelming. Even if you don't, I mean, honestly, even if you don't have a big platform, the opinions of people on the internet are overwhelming. And sometimes I think the impulse could be to say, no one gets to tell me what to do and no one gets to ask those questions. And I think it's better to say, no, I have a list that I could write down right now of 5 to 10 people whose opinions about what I am doing deeply matter. And the other people do not. And especially the anonymous people on the internet I've never met, you filter out those opinions entirely.
Yeah, I would say obviously most feedback. All right, well, hey everyone, I am here now with Caitlin Chess. She is the author of The Liturgy of Politics and the upcoming book, The Ballot in the Bible, How Scripture. All right, well, hey everyone, I am here now with Caitlin Chess. She is the author of The Liturgy of Politics and the upcoming book, The Ballot in the Bible.
In many parts in America could be harmed by the religious clothing that they're wearing. It doesn't help them to say, let's just leave religion at home. They can't do that. And it doesn't help me, for someone who many of my political ideas, the things that I'm going to really prioritize in a voting booth, the things I'm going to write letters to politicians about, they are informed really deeply by my faith. And so if in a way that I didn't want to, it was not, my best self. It was a really kind of harsh response to them. And their response was, well, don't you think someone should be asking that? Like, don't you think someone should be asking about if your drinking habits are good? And I responded later when I had some more clarity and I had calmed down a little bit. I actually do think, yes, there should be someone in my life that's asking about if my drinking habits are healthy. There should be someone asking about if I do finish seminary and become ordained and work at a church, what things are appropriate for social media or not. Someone should absolutely be asking that. It should not be a stranger on the internet.
I was like, it shouldn't be you though. I don't know you.
Someone in my real life. But it's important. There are people who can get really huge platforms, and the opinions of other people are so overwhelming. Even if you don't, honestly, even if you don't have a big platform, the opinions of people on the internet are overwhelming. And sometimes I think the impulse could be to say, no one gets to tell me what to do, and no one gets to ask those questions. And I think it's better to say, no, I have a list that I could write down right now of 5 to 10 people whose opinions about what I am doing deeply matter, and the other people do not. And especially the anonymous people on the internet I've never met, you filter out those opinions entirely.
Yeah, I would say obviously most feedback that's negative is not gracious in any way. But I could probably count on one hand the amount of times where I have gotten some criticism from someone, but they did it in such a gracious, like loving way that I actually listened. Yeah. I'm thinking of one particular instance where someone had left a comment on something I wrote. Everyone else was being mean, but this person was like, actually, like, if you look at the, they gave me, they were like, just so you know, and it was just so kind that I actually sorry, I actually use this as an example of a time when someone on social media actually changed my way of thinking. And that happened. People say it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Yes.
But it's not going to happen if you're being rude or if you're being mean. I found myself using the mute button on Twitter a lot lately because I just, like you said, I get embroiled in these things. I'm like, you don't know me though. That's not how I am. But it's like, of course they don't know me. They don't and it's like at some point, and so I mute it and I'm like, it's kind of a miracle because I'm like, I can no longer see the replies. I don't even know that they're coming in. And so I forget about it. And so I do use that sort of for my mental health sometimes when there's like a argument happening about something that I've put out there. So I think that's, you have to make those rules for yourself. And I love that you have those questions. And I would just encourage everyone watching, like, are you being intentional? Are you asking yourself those questions? And because who you are on social media, like, people don't think that's, public but that is the real you. Like, if for some people, it's like, that is the real you. Because if you wouldn't say it in person, but you would say it on social media, that's kind of like the kinds of things that you're thinking inside that you maybe wouldn't want other people to know. So all of that to say, in terms of where we are now, so the past, 5-6 years, things have gotten worse. We all know it. It's become more divided, not just in culture, but within the church. And I sort of hate that, but what I say is I love that my church, I feel like, has not really gone that direction in terms of being split. Like, maybe it's because my pastors are Canadian. I don't know. I think that does help, but we haven't had that. And we hear a lot about churches that have split or going one way or the other. I don't have any hard data on if that's true. What's your perception? Like, do you think most churches have really gone hard right or hard left? And how do you see, the local church as still being a place where we can have these healthy relationships and community, which, that's something that I focus on a lot. And so anyway, I'd just love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do think it's probably true that most churches have either they've gone one direction or the other, maybe not too extremely, but definitely we're in this camp, or they don't talk about it. I think there are some churches that are still pretty mixed, but there are an increasingly long list of subjects that are just off limits. And I don't think that's healthy either. I think both of those are not good. I belong to a church that is incredibly politically diverse, and it is incredibly difficult. And I think that's part of the problem, is that we can kind of romanticize the idea of a really politically diverse church and forget that it will be really hard, because politics is not just this one little facet of your life and we can kind of put that off to the side. It deals with really deeply held questions of identity and community, what is valuable and what isn't. And especially in a religious context in a church, you can't really separate those kinds of questions into political and religious questions. They all are in one category. I think what will continue to help us moving forward, like I said, is not thinking that the church that is really diverse but never touches any of those questions is the right answer. I think many of us, and I really sympathize with pastors who have watched over the last few years just horrible things in their churches. I sympathize with the desire to say, I just can't touch it. We can't touch any of that stuff. It's too volatile. It will cause too much division. And I don't want to be a left or right church. I want to stay the way we are. I think that conflict, as uncomfortable as it is and as difficult as it is not always bad. What is really bad is when it becomes this defining thing, when it's us versus them, when it's we can't touch it. That actually makes it this higher thing. When it's the thing we can't touch, it shows how valuable we actually think it is. I think that what will bring a lot of hope and help in our churches in the coming years is going to be the people who really commit, especially pastors, but I think this is true of Bible study leaders, of people who are in children's church, of people who are, the people who really actually are making many things in our churches run. It will require many of us saying, I'm committed to this church for 15 years, or I'm committed for 20 years. And what I am committed to do for the next 15 or 20 years is the slow work of breaking down this sense that it is a binary us versus them, that you're right or you're left, that you're Republican or you're Democrat. I'm really committed to being curious, to asking questions, to kind of creating the community context under which we can have those conversations. Because what I watched happen in 2020 in particular, my first book came out in 2020. I did a lot of virtual things at churches where a pastor would say, come fix what is wrong at my church, which I cannot do. But what I would often tell them is a Tuesday night, we're going to talk about politics is never going to fix anything. In part because a Tuesday night, let's talk about politics, everyone is going to come armed with their best arguments, walls up, temperature is high. It's almost impossible for that. It can be good. It's possible for it to bring a step forward. It's not ever going to be the thing that fixes everything. What is going to fix more over the long run is really intentionally spending time in small groups in your community at the leadership level with Sunday school teachers and children's church workers and all those people, and saying, let's work on not just the political question, which is really important, but let's work on the things that are actually more deep than that, the questions of identity and community and what is most valuable to us. And let's untangle this sense that we have that for us to talk about immigration or abortion or any of these hot political issues is always going to just who's in what camp, who are we against, let's kind of get our weapons out and fight. But let's work backwards and start at the level of, are we the kind of people that when we realize we disagree about something, we ask questions and we're curious instead of bringing, our best arguments to the fight?
Yeah, I love what you said about the long, slow work. I was just talking about that this morning on a video I was doing, just how, I feel like I see people giving up. I see people leaving. But one of my core messages is, hey, let's get in there and do the work that we need to do to turn this around. We as Christians, we know that God has created us to be part of the body, and there's a reason for that. And that may be for such a time as this to get in there and do the work, but it's not going to turn around super quickly. This is all long, slow, committed work. It is part of being a Christian. Nobody ever said it was going to be easy, right? Not in the church, not in the world. So I love what you're saying about that. And yeah, because I was thinking well, how do we kind of handle this? But what you're saying about the Tuesday night talking about politics, that's probably not going to go so great. It has to be much more integrated and much more almost like the fabric of everything that you're doing. And again, you're right. Every political issue is really something spiritual. It's really something so much deeper, to who we are as human beings. And ultimately, it all goes back to God anyway. So I think that's such a great point. All right, Caitlin, when can we look forward to your book? How can viewers connect with you? All of that good stuff.
Yeah, so the book is coming out in August of 2023. So you can pre-order it now anywhere that you pre-order books, which is terrifying to me because I'm still finishing it.
I know, right? That's so weird.
It's so weird. And you can find me at CaitlinChess.com or at CaitlinChess on Twitter or Instagram.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. That is the end of our panels, and we are just so thankful that you were here to be a part of these really awesome conversations about faith, politics, and civility. Lexi, do you have any words about our giveaways?
Yes, and I want to echo Erica and just thank everyone for taking time out of your busy schedules to being with us for at least for all of it, or at least part of the dialogues today. It was our pleasure. Eric and I worked incredibly hard to put this together for you over our Christmas holidays, because we think that there's kind of a gap and a need for this good dialogue. And so we were really grateful for the chance to do that. And thanks to all of you who have written to us in the comments and in emails saying how much this meant to you, just how clarifying it was, how helpful it was to get varying perspectives and then have them all come together in one dialogue. And just for registering, you'll have access to the entirety of the dialogues forever. So really glad to be able to do that. And so we have a winner of the bundle giveaway. This is Dr. Cindy Briggs. She has been part of the dialogue since the very beginning this morning. So congratulations, Cindy. If you're on here, if not, we'll contact you after. So you get a number of the books that we are, about all the books that we are giving away. And then keep your inboxes open, because I'll be contacting many more of you about the other individual giveaways that we have for all of the books, including Erica's book. So everyone, Erica's book comes out very soon, next week, Erica. It's 6 days.
Yeah, it comes out on Tuesday.
So please take the time to pre-order her book as a thank you to her for all of her work. She's the technical genius behind making all of this happen, and really grateful to Erica for having this idea and for doing this. So I'll put this in the link to the chat right now. Reason to Return: Why Women Need the Church and the Church Needed Women. So really proud of you, Erica. Can't wait to support you next week when this comes out. And congratulations, Cindy, and thanks to all of you who showed love and support for this dialogue, for this virtual summit. On social media and in other ways as well. And, this is the first time we've done this. Maybe we'll do it again next year. Let us know what you think. Should we have a Faith, Civility, and Politics Summit 2024? Let us know. So thanks again for everything. Each of you for joining us, Erica for everything. Really, really privileged to be part of this.
Yes, thanks again, everybody. And yes, we covet your pre-orders of our books as maybe just a thank you for tuning in today. So thank you so much, guys. You'll hear from us tomorrow with the replay. And if you have any questions, feel free to shoot us an email or message us on social media.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.